Good evening. I'd like to remind members that these proceedings are being recorded. Item 1, the notice of convening the meeting. Can we take the notice of convening the meeting as being read? Thank you. Next item, item 2, the minutes. The next item is the minutes of the meeting of the Council held on the 20th of November 2019. Can we agree the minutes of the meeting of the 20th of November? Thank you. Item 3, declarations of interest. Members are being asked to display the declaration of interest on the board at the entrance of the chamber. Do any members have any further declarations? No? Item 4, announcements. I have an announcement. The 27th of January was Holocaust Memorial Day. This year's Memorial Day marked the 75th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau death camp. This is a significant milestone and has been made particularly poignant by the dwindling number of survivors who were able to share their testimony. It also marked the 25th anniversary of the genocide in Bosnia. Can I ask you all to stand, please, for a minute's silence as a mark of respect to remember the 6 million Jews murdered during the Holocaust alongside millions of other people under the Nazi persecution and subsequent genocides in Cambodia, Rwanda, Bosnia and Darfur. Please be seated. That concludes my announcements. Item 5, the citywide approach to carbon reduction. I'd like to invite the Deputy Leader to present an update to the Council on the citywide approach to the reduction. Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'm pleased to update members on progress that has been made in relation to the City's goal of becoming carbon neutral by 2030 and reducing our carbon emissions. Members will recall that from my update at the last Council meeting that the scope of the work has widened to focus not only upon actions to reduce carbon emissions by the City Council, but also to work with partners and residents to deliver carbon reduction across the City as a whole. Key to our city-wide approach is the Shadow 2030 Board, under the umbrella of Sunderland Partnership, bringing together representatives from partners including Sunderland College, the University of Sunderland, South Tyneside and Sunderland NHS Foundation Trust, the CCG, Gen 2, the Department of Work and Pensions, as well as Nexus and Transport North East. Following an initial scoping meeting in November, the first board meeting was held earlier this month on the 20th of January, bringing together cross-party and key stakeholder representatives to create strong community leadership and joint action, as well as to share best practice in tackling climate change, Mr. Mayor. It has proved to be a very positive meeting, and there was unanimous support for all of us to work closely together in developing and delivering our approach to achieving our ambition for 2030. A partnership coordination group to support the 2030 board in maximising its impact will soon meet, and within the Council, a 2030 task group continues to work on initiatives to drive forward carbon reduction internally. The Youth Council unfortunately had to cancel our meeting this month. However, I'm pleased it's agreed to focus its April meeting on low carbon, and I'm looking forward to attending to hear the thoughts and ideas. The key priority of work that officers are currently working on is to determine accurate baseline data on carbon emissions, and advice is being sought from experts nationally to ensure the approach we take here in Sunderland is in line with best practice. Once this data is established, the Council will commission an updated city carbon reduction plan, reflecting our collective ambition, our baseline data, and drawing on the initial action plan which we have set out with partners. Advice from low carbon experts recommends that community engagement should be built into this process to ensure that genuine buy-in is achieved across the city, and this is something which partners have agreed is extremely important. A plan for this work will be discussed at the next 2030 board. Plans are also in place for a representative from the North East Chamber of Commerce and the Youth Council to join future meetings of the 2030 board to ensure businesses and our young people are integral to the work of the board going forward. Mr Mayor, I'm also pleased to update members on further action that is being taken across the city. Examples of this action include the Council has now replaced in excess of 48,000 street lights with LED lighting. This will result in financial savings in excess of £3 million per annum and will reduce carbon dioxide emissions by approximately 6,500 tonnes per annum. A further 1,500 non-standard lights are due to be replaced early in the new financial year, saving a further £35,000 per annum. The Council has commissioned the Coal Authority to undertake a detailed study focusing on heat network feasibility for the city centre/Riverside Sunderland. Following a successful application, the Council was awarded £161,846.46. The 46 pence is important, Mr Mayor. In late 2019 from the Urban Tree Challenge Fund to plant 424 large trees and 2,000 small trees on council land before March 2021. The Council has now ordered 4 electric cycles, 2 for the Civic Centre and 2 for Jack Crawford House for employee business travel. Energy Saving Trust funding is also being applied for to provide other sustainable transport modes for staff travel. The Council is engaged with CDP, a not-for-profit charity that supports local authorities and companies to monitor their carbon data and to benchmark and manage their environmental impacts, with valuable input from CDP at both the January 2030 Shadow Board and the 2030 Task Group held on the same day. Further funding bids were submitted in December and early this month to support the low carbon delivery, including bids that are linked to community engagement as well as to support better mental and physical health. Mr Mayor will continue to update members regularly with a verbal update at each council meeting as we work towards developments of the updated city carbon reduction plan, and I look forward to continuing to work together on this important priority for us all. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. Do we know the update from the Deputy Leader? Next item is item 6, reception of petitions. Do any members have any petitions to present?
Councillor Haswell, Councillor Turner, Councillor Lawson,
Councillor Haspel?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I've got 2 of these. First one is from residents of General Havelock Road, Planning Ward. First one is from the residents of General Havelock Road. I agree the undersigned petition Sunderland City Council to resurface General Havelock Road in the 2020-2021 road repair programme. And the second is from residents of Westmoor Road and Midmoor Road, and it reads, I agree the undersigned petition Sunderland City Council to include Westmoor Road and Midmoor Road in the council priority gritting routes or make alternative routing arrangements. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haspel. Councillor Turner?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've got 210 signatures, and this petition is in respect of the bus stop located from 3 to 10 Smith Terrace, Easington Lane, Hortley Spring. We request that you consider to shorten the current bus stop space. We appreciate that the bus stop has been located there for many years. However, the space reserved is unreasonable. The current space provides for 3 buses. However, there is never more than 1 bus there at any given time. Even on the timetable, no 2 buses are scheduled at the same time. Thank you.
Councillor Lawson?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm not sure if that mic's working or not. This is a petition from the residents of Horsley and Brierley who are requesting traffic calming measures to prevent their road being used as a ramp. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lawson. Can we agree to refer these to the appropriate chief officer?
Agreed.
Thank you. The next item is item 7, apologies. Do we have any apologies for absence?
Yes, Mr Mayor, we have apologies from Councillors Cunningham, Marshall, D McKnight, McDonough, Potts, Spedding, Watson. Councillors Ty and Essel have apologised they may be late as they're attending a Gen 2 board meeting. Councillor Taylor may be late as he is chairing a committee of the Fire Authority. And we also have apologies from Alderman Arnott and Alderman Forbes.
Thank you. Are there any further apologies? Councillor Truman?
Councillor Bernstein.
Councillor?
Councillor Samuels will be late, Mr Mayor.
Anything else? No? Item 8. The next item is questions from the public. I will now read out the questions we have received. This is a question from Alan Liddle, a resident of the city. Boats abandoned in the river where? I was hoping that would give me an answer to some positive news about the old trawler and other boats that have been abandoned in the River Wear over the last 2 or 3 years. What is the intention for their removal? And I believe this one is going to be answered by or responded to by Councillor Amy Wilson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I'd like to thank Mr Little for his question, Mr Mayor. The Harbour Master continues to monitor the situation but does not regard the capsized fishing vessel Elegant 2, Offerton Youth and other vessels as a danger or hazard to navigation and fears that they are unlikely to become so. The vessels do not pose any risk of pollutants entering the waterways. Although statutory powers exist to remove wrecks, these are permissive and do not impose a legal duty to act. To comply with legal requirements and for the Council to be able to seek recovery of costs, the Port Authority must form the view that the vessel is an obstruction or danger to navigation or to lifeboats or be likely to become so. This is not currently the case. The vessels remain the responsibility of their owners, who have shown little inclination to remove them. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Next question. This is a question from Raymond Boyle, a resident of the city. It's regarding the opening of Hilton Castle. Will the interior of Hilton Castle be open to the general public in 2020? According to the local press, this project was supposed to be open to the public in 2019, but it wasn't. Will it be actually open this year, and if so, approximately well? Councillor Kelly, John Kelly.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I thank Mr Boyle for his question and to give some really good news. Mr Mayor, following 4.2 million restoration of the castle with support from Sutherland City Council, National Lottery Heritage Fund, Castle and the Community Group and English Heritage, Hilton Castle has been locally transformed into a beautiful heritage and community venue which will be run by the Hilton Castle Trust on behalf of the community. The restoration project is in the final stages and will welcome visitors within the next couple of months. Mr Mayor, I have to say thank you to the officers involved and in particularly to Trust members for helping us get this across the line. It has been a challenging build, as is any 14th century building when you come to redo it. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Next question. This is a question from Emma Robson, a resident of the city, and it's regarding falls in Fawcett Street. Please could someone prevent people from falling on Fawcett Street? I have now witnessed 2 falls in different places, one on the road and one on the path. Councillor Amy Wilson, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I'd also like to thank Emma for our question. Mr Mayor, Council officers undertake regular highway inspections of Fawcett Street and other main streets in our city. And they arrange for repairs that are required based on a risk management assessment. I'd just like to say, Mr Mayor, that Councillor Pat Smith brought this to my attention a couple of weeks ago. Because, Mr Mayor, Councillor Smith, like most of the councillors on this side of the chamber, although she represents Silsworth Ward, if she sees any issues in the city, she will highlight them. Unlike the Millgate councillors who have never highlighted this issue with me, will only highlight issues that gets them in the newspapers. Saying that, Mr Mayor, resurfacing of an area of carriageway in front of Wilkinson's is currently programmed for the 5th of February, whilst the area of footway in front of Wilkinson's is also due to be relaid or renewed before the end of March. Furthermore, it is expected that, subject to council confirmation, further works will be undertaken on the footways in Boston Street in the next financial year. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Next question. This is a question from Ian Welford, a resident of the city. It's regarding City Centre Transport Hub. Has the council any thoughts on the issue of perhaps having the transport hub moved from Park Lane to a position nearer the main area of employment in the city centre? Leader, would you like to respond?
Thank you very much, Mr Whale. I'd like to thank Mr Welford for his question. The Park Lane interchange brings together metro, bus and taxi services into a city centre travel hub, which is located less than 300 metres walking distance from the central shopping and business core of the city centre. Moving the travel hub to join the only other metro station within the city centre, which is Sunderland Central, could not be accommodated, as this would require significant land to provide a new bus station, nor would it be desirable to bring more vehicular traffic into the city centre environment at that location. Consequently, Park Lane is the most appropriate location for a transport hub presently. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. The next question. This is a question from Julie Maven, a resident of the city. And the subject is Hendon Ward. I am a resident in the Hendon Ward and would like to know what the 3 local ward councillors have done in the Hendon Ward over the last few years. Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I'd like to thank Julie Maven for giving me the opportunity to outline what the 3 Hendon Ward councillors get up to when we represent our residents across Hendon, the East End and Grangetown, something I've had the pleasure of doing for the last 12 years, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, recently the local councillors, in direct response to concerns of residents, we championed the cause of the old orphanage, which was standing derelict for a number of years. I'm pleased to say, because of the actions of the council and partners, the old orphanage is now open as a fantastic extra care scheme for people living with dementia. In addition to that, Mr Mayor, again, a derelict piece of land which residents were asking councillors to get something done about, the council then stepped in and built the Keelboat Lodge in the East End, again another fantastic extra care scheme in the East End. Again, Mr Mayor, East End residents have complained long and hard about the lack of bus services, so that the councillors got together with a number of residents in Chance Community Centre in the East End. We brought the bus companies down and they heard directly from the residents' mouths. I'm pleased to say, because of that action, because of the residents, what they did in putting their case forward, with the support of the 3 local councillors, we were able to secure an additional bus route, the 33A, which now operates from around the docks. Because of the success of the extra care schemes down, Mr Mayor, and the influx of residents with mobility issues, we were requested by the residents to install a number of drop crossings. They've all now been installed down the East End. And again, antisocial behaviour is a problem across most wards in the city, Mr Mayor, and the councillor stepped in and helped the residents in Mandela Close have a wall removed in Mandela Close, because kids were hanging around, causing behind and causing trouble. Sometimes it's drivers to the Port of Sunderland miss the turn and end up driving HGVs down residential streets, which causes problems for residents in that area, so in particular down James William Street, which is a very narrow street in the East End. So again, working directly with residents down there, the local councillors were able to install a no HGV sign on James William Street, Mr Mayor. One of the biggest pieces of work we've done as councillors is to work with the residents in Donaldson Gardens, Spring Garden Close, East Vines and St John's, who were complaining around the state of their local area. The council is not responsible for maintaining down there, Mr Mayor. The residents pay a service charge to Home Group, and unfortunately, and it's acknowledged by Home Group that they weren't meeting the required standards. So myself, Councillor Scanlon and Councillor McClellan have for the last 18 months been championing pushing Home Group, and I'm pleased to see they're about to start in phase 2 of a big clean-up in them streets, Mr Mayor. We've also funded a CCTV camera on Sand Street footbridge in direct response to residents' concerns around antisocial behaviour in and around the Sand Street footbridge that brings you from the East End into the city centre. We've been able to secure the High Street East area, which is on the consultation list for the next phase of the Community Park Management Scheme. Again, representing a ward which is on the outskirts of the city centre. We do suffer in parts of community parkland, so I'm pleased to say we've been able to put that on the list, and residents will get their chance to have a say if they want a Community Park Management Scheme in that part of the ward. Fly tipping and rubbish, again, it's not just Hendon Ward, it's other wards around the city. It's been a top priority of myself and Councillor Scanlon and McClellan. Responding directly to the wishes of the people down there. When I was portfolio holder, we brought in a much stricter environmental enforcement policy with higher fines. I'm pleased to say the council recently brought in, which was used, which was the crushing of vehicles. The council has for a number of years took a zero tolerance approach to fly tipping, and the response from residents in the Long Street and Middle Hendon who have seen the vast improvement in the last 6 to 8 months because of the work of the council, frontline staff, the back on the map, the police, the fire service has been overwhelmingly positive, Mr Mayor. For the first time in a long time, I've had unsolicited text message, email message, Facebook message from residents saying thanking us for the work in the area. Again, established a 20-mile-an-hour zone around the Stratford Avenue Hunter Terrace area, and I'm pleased to say early this year the 20-mile-an-hour zones around Hudson Road and Valley Road schools were installed. New trees are being planted in Hunter Terrace, Stratford Avenue and Raglan Avenue. New parking bays in Northcourt Avenue, brought in junction protection scheme in the Peel Street Towered Road area, which is now finally being complete. In response to a number of accidents on the Grey Road, Towered Road junction, councillors and my ward colleagues and I pressed the council to remove the mini roundabout, which was causing them accidents, and I'm pleased to say that was removed last year. The improved access to Hendon Beach from Hendon Road has been installed, Mr Mayor, and new traffic calming schemes at Grangetown Front, which has brought additional parking, which the businesses on Grangetown Front greatly appreciate. Speeding traffic around Grangetown Primary School, again, Mr Mayor, that was a problem. We dealt with it head on, and we're pleased to say the traffic calming scheme around Grangetown Primary School is in effect. We're now busy having consultations with residents in Corporation Road, Cannock Street and St Leonard Street around the next phase of that, as it hasn't been as wholly successful as we want it to be, but we are working on a new solution. We've ensured that the flower pots at Grangetown bus terminals are maintained, and we've worked with local residents and voluntary groups to put on the East End and Hendon Festival on the town road in July next year. And I'm pleased to announce, Mr Mayor, that the committee, with 3 councillors, residents and business along, I've set the date for the 2020 festival. It's coming back on the town road on Saturday the 27th of June. Again, it's an issue that I've campaigned on for a while, and we finally got there. So it proved persistence is key, Mr Mayor, that the council acquired the Norfolk Hotel, which is currently undergoing renovation. And also, if you look at the other historic buildings in the Hendon Ward, Mackie's Corner and the Pop Rex building, they also are currently undergoing renovation, in part because of support by the City Council. Again, plans are progressing well for the new day centre from North East Disability Resource Centre, which is based in the old Cork Street Nursery in the East End. I'm pleased to say that will have 17 wraparound bungalows in place. And plans will soon be submitted for a new housing development scheme on the Abbey Harrogate Street site with a range of 4, 3, 2-bedroom homes plus bungalows, all for rent. And the Hendon Council, as Mr Mayor, fully support the Simmons wish to develop the former paper mill site at Grangetown, and we look forward to the conclusion of their discussions with Natural England to allow that development to come forward. It's not just the council, Mr Mayor, the private sector has shown increased confidence in our area. I'm pleased to say Cuthbertson Hall and Langham Tower, both former Church High School buildings which are currently undergoing renovation, and the new retirement village, which is currently under construction on Grey Road, and the former Horizon building, which is the former permanent post office on the outskirts of the city centre, is also currently undergoing. So the private sector matching ours and the council's ambition in the Hendon Ward. Again, Mr Mayor, road resurfacing. We've resurfaced over 25 roads and footpaths across the ward in recent years. And one of the best parts about being a local councillor in the Hendon ward is getting to work alongside some of the fantastic community organisations which do absolutely vital work. Mr Mayor, I won't take too much of your time, but we've all kinds of support in terms of cleaning communities. We've backed them up, receiving equipment and support to establish the Keep Hendon Tidy Group, who have carried out over 100 litter picks with local schools getting involved, removing over 6 tonnes of rubbish from our streets. Each year we give grants from our community chest to very much worthy causes. We spend the £10,000 every year, and we always will do. Mr Mayor, Hendon Ward, it's where I was born, it's where I went to school, it's where I went to raise my family. I care about our community because it's my community too. That's why I'm so immensely proud to be our local councillor, and I won't let anyone talk my area down. Mr Mayor, the streets are cleaner, empty properties and rogue landlords are being tackled, historic buildings are being brought back into use, new homes and bungalows are being built. Our area is improving, and it's improving because the local councillors, the city council, but most importantly because the residents down there are rolling their sleeves up and getting involved. It's improving, Hendon, East End and Greenstown because we do it together. And the last thing I want to say, Mr Mayor, is anyone who has seen the press recently, my former school in Hendon Valley Road has recently been named the best school in Sunderland, and something I'm immensely proud of. So I look forward to taking this record to the residents of Hendon East End and Grangetown, to my friends, to my neighbours, over the next couple of months, and Mr Mayor, ultimately, it'll be up to them to decide if we're worth it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comprehensive answer, Deputy Leader.
Move to Hendon.
The next question, please. The next question is from Mary Body, a resident of the city. The House of Lords relocation. Given the recent news that the House of Lords will be relocated up north, should the council look into using our council chamber as the new upper house? And I believe, Leader, you were going to respond to this.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I'd like to thank Mary Body for her question. Part of the business plan to relocate the council's civic centre to the new City Hall, currently being built on the Vaux site, was based upon the current poor condition and extensive cost of retaining the existing building, including, unfortunately, this council chamber. It is therefore unlikely that putting forward the existing council chamber for use as the new upper house would be a viable option. The council will always actively seek and consider any opportunities for inward investment into the city, such as requirements for new offices and conference space that would bring economic benefits to the city of Sunderland, Riverside Sunderland, the Vaux site, the LNG investment. That's all coming. But quite how we would accommodate 800 lords, plus their attendants, plus their hangers-on, into a chamber that takes 75 councillors, plus a few officers and our aldermen, would be quite a feat, Mr Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leader. Next question. This is a question from Amy Jane Humble, also a resident of the city. Empty business premises. It was recently reported that Sunderland has 737 empty business premises in the city, meaning that the council misses out on thousands of pounds of lost business rates each year. I believe that the council has a director of city development earning a huge £170,000 a year salary. Does the council leader think this is a huge salary? Does the council leader think this is huge salary is value for money? And again, I believe it's Leader.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I thank Amy June Humble for the question. The council continues to drive forward the city plan for a dynamic, vibrant and healthy Sunderland over the next 10 years. A key priority continues to be investing in the strategic regeneration of the city to drive economic regeneration and job growth. Recent announcements such as Ocado bringing 300 jobs to Sunderland and the LNG investment of over 100 million in the city demonstrates that it is essential that the Council invests in key roles to lead and deliver the City's priorities. And that is what the Director of City Development has delivered. An approximately 1,000 to 1 return on his salary. How can you not say that that is value for money? In conclusion, I would ask that Ms Humble checks our website, because the Director does not even earn £170,000 a year. His salary is publicly available for you to have a look at on the website, and you can check what he actually earns if you look it up. But I've got no doubt that the team that this council has put in place to take ownership of its own problems and it's driving forward our response to the economic and domestic and skills need for the people of this city is absolutely worth what we're paying for it. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Next question. Question from Linda Wood, a resident of the city. This is regarding the Spice Girls concert. This council gave £50,000 to the Stadium of Light to host the Spice Girls concert. No other council in the country did this, apart from the free ticket concert tickets enjoyed by the leader and the deputy leader of the council. What direct benefit did the council get from their investment? And I believe this is you again, Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Linda Wood for bringing the question about the Spice Girls that just keeps on giving. I'm reminded of Spice Girls' song theme about Viva Forever, because this question just keeps coming again and again and again. The Spice Girls concert, in all seriousness, for us last year was a huge success, and the reason that we got it was because we did give £50,000 to the Stadium of Light for them to be enabled to bring the concert to the city. And that's why everybody else didn't get it, I expect. So it was a good investment at the time to bring such a landmark event to this city for our residents and for visitors to enjoy. Not only did it showcase Sunderland as a great event city, as anyone who saw the first episode of the documentary series about the Metro and National TV recently would verify, but it also brought over £4 million into our local economy. And that's £4 million going into our restaurants, our bars, our hotels, our taxi drivers, our shops, our vendors, those selling souvenirs, the football club, anybody involved with basically making the people who came to that concert have a great day. And basically that's an £80 return for every £1 of that £50,000 spent. And once again, what do people in the city think is good value for money? I think that's an outstanding return, and it puts Sunderland on the map as an events venue, and we surely all want more people to come to Sunderland and see that we're a great place to come and watch wrestling play, and that our goal is to be the best medium-sized city in England. This was very much a business investment decision which brought around 50,000 visitors into the city. It also showcased Sunderland as a destination for world-class music, culture and sport, and helped us to deliver on our plans to bring year-round vibrancy to the city, enhancing our culture and leisure offer. We know from past experience that stadium concerts play an important role in helping to support and grow our economy, bringing thousands of people into a city where visitor expenditure was worth £474 million to the city's economy last year. It's £500 million, and we want that figure to go up. I want us to be at £500 million if we can in 2020 or close to it. It's vital for us as a thriving city moving forward. The Spice Girls concert built on the successes of events like the Tall Ships races, which brought in the region of 1.2 million visitors to the city in 2018, the Sunderland Air Show and the Festival of Light, all of which contribute to the city's growing reputation as an event city. Each of these events has a major economic impact on the city's businesses in terms of extra income, swelling our visitor numbers and making them more successful. As a council, we are proud to support cultural events across the city which help put Sunderland on the map as a destination city. That's why we have developed an events programme that will see more visitors and more residents participating in cultural activities and events, which in turn benefit the local economy, our residents and our communities. And in closing, I'll answer this question every full council. You can bring this question every full council about the Spice Girls, because you know what? It shows you what we're capable of, it shows you how good we are, and it shows you what a bloody good deal we got for £50,000. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. And the final question is from Linda Merrill, resident of the city, and it's regarding bed shortages at Sunderland Royal Hospital. There have been recent reports in The Guardian on the 19th of January and the Sunderland Echo on the 22nd of January concerning the bed shortages at Sunderland Royal Hospital, which have resulted in patients being left asleep in the accident emergency department overnight. Since the merger of Sunderland and South Tyneside Hospital Trust in April 2019, there have been a consistent increase in the number of patients having to wait more than 4 hours for a bed, with almost 700 waiting in October 2019. Yet, South Tyneside and the Sunderland Foundation Trust assured the public that the cuts imposed under Phase 1 of the Path to Excellence programme and the Urgent Care Review would not downgrade services and would improve them. And they are now about to embark on Phase 2 of the Path of Excellence, which contains proposal for a further net loss of 60 beds. This situation cannot be acceptable for the people of Sunderland. What is the Council doing to safeguard Sunderland residents? I think the response for this is coming from Councillor Dr Geoffrey Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I'd like to thank Laura Morrell for her question and our concerns expressed therein. The first point to make is the provision of hospital bed spaces is the direct responsibility of the NHS Trust, and the local authority has no direct responsibility over the provision of bed spaces. The second point, however, the local authority is concerned that the current situation within the Trust as we are about to enter Phase 2 of the Path to Excellence. As portfolio holder, Mr Mayor, I will endeavour to monitor and evaluate the current transformation of services and their future development. Finally, I will, of course, continue to raise these concerns with the NHS Trust at every opportunity in order to safeguard the health of the residents of Sunderland. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you for that. That concludes the written questions by members of the public. The next item is item 9, report of the Cabinet. I will now call upon the Leader to move the approval and the adoption of the report of the Cabinet and the supplementary report.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I so move.
Thank you. Deputy Leader, do you second the report?
Second the report, Mr Mayor. Would you like to speak?
Thank you, Deputy Leader. Leader, would you like to speak to the Cabinet report, please?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. No, it's a relatively concise report. I'm happy with how it's laid out, and I'll wait to see if there are any comments or questions from councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. If any member wishes to speak, please raise your hand, identify the item number on the Cabinet report, and state whether you have an amendment, a comment, or a question.
Councillor Hodson.
I'd like to comment on item 5, please.
Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's item 5 of the Cabinet report, and I want to make a comment on it.
Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I want to make a comment on item 5.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. Number 5 as well, please.
Councillor Oliver.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A comment on item 5, please.
Councillor Haswell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Comment on item 5, please.
Councillor Dakin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
5-3.
Hodgson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sunderland. So regarding item 5, the core strategy and development plan, now myself and my group have repeatedly raised a number of objections regarding this plan as it's been going through council, through this chamber, through the scrutiny committee, through planning. Many of them are reflecting concerns from members of the public that have also been raised in the consultation. I don't want to repeat these at length, given this isn't the first time we've had this before us, or it is in this most revised form. I think some of my colleagues are going to raise issues in the plan that affect their wards specifically, but I'd like to comment a little more generally on the subject of housing supply, which comes up in section 6 of the plan. Now, for those of us in city centre wards, I think that item 6.8 makes for troubling reading. There's a section, this is regarding empty properties. Now, certainly for Millfield, Pallion, I'm sure for Hendon, Southwick and other parts of the city, this is a real problem and one that's been long-standing. There are a lot of empty properties in the terraces. Item 6.8 concerns this subject, and it concludes, however, historically, the net number of empty properties returned to use has been minimal, and as such, no allowance has been made for empty properties within the supply. I think this is disappointing and almost has gives an impression of giving up. I think one of the key challenges facing our city centre is actually addressing the problem of housing in the terraces, in the small streets, in long streets, of places like Hendon, Millfield, Pallion. I would like to see that tackled far more clearly, approach taken far more akin perhaps to the approach the council is taking to private developments. I think what is in there is weak. More widely, the proposals for developments are troubling. Whilst I, as a city centre councillor, really welcome the Riverside, Galley's Gill, Deptford being a key strategic site for development, that's obviously required. The impact on Doxford, Tunstall, Riot and Burden of that huge area of settlement break and green space being a key strategic site for development and the single largest site in the whole city, I think that's going to have a significant impact for residents there. And on that point, I think it runs against section 6.12, which says that the council will seek to ensure that all new housing developments are delivered to a density which is appropriate for its location, taking into consideration the character and accessibility of an area. Higher densities will be encouraged in sites which have good public transport accessibility, such as metro, rail and frequent bus service. I don't think we've really thought this through enough, because I think a lot of the housing development, and particularly that in the south of Sunderland, is in areas which already suffer from poor public transport infrastructure, which is not clearly tackled in this plan. And for that reason, I think it's very hard for my group to support it. More generally, I have the question, do we really need this many thousands of houses in overwhelmingly private developments of large detached family dwellings? I am not convinced that we do. I'm not surprised that the planning inspector has revised the proposed trajectory of house building downwards. I think that the proposals are far too reliant on the IAMP. It's putting all of our eggs in one basket in a project which is too vulnerable to Brexit. Is already is already happening in a very difficult business environment, and which is insufficiently mitigated against in this plan. For that reason, myself and my group will not be backing the core strategy development plan as put before us here, and we'd like item 5 put to a vote. Thank you, Mayor Sunderland.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Lawson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. It pains me to stand up tonight and express my concerns about the core strategy and development plan. And tonight I will be voting against its adoption. The disappointing thing is there's so much that's good about the plan. A plan to keep our city moving forward, ensuring economic development and improving the health of our citizens. And I can live with all of that. Why I can't accept, as a local councillor representing the people of the Shining Row ward, is the Housing Growth Area 9 in Penshaw. Because I can't for the life of me say why anyone, including the independent inspector, thinks it's okay, especially when other areas have been deleted from the plan. And the independent inspector didn't give, in my opinion, a good enough reason why housing growth area 9 should stay in the plan, but other housing growth areas, it was okay to take them out. And I just don't understand that. I don't think he explained himself well enough. I can understand that the government-appointed inspector visited all of the HGAs. His conclusion was that the Penshire area would not be unduly impacted by the development of 400 houses. And as a community, there's a lot to worry about. The inspector must have visited on an extremely quiet day, not at a time when Barnwell School was starting or finishing, not at a day when we regularly see the A183 like a car park because the A19's experiencing problems, or even just late afternoon or early evening when drivers make their way to the busy junction and Shiny Row roundabout. How can we as a council promote interventions for good public health, then add up to an extra 800 vehicles on our local roads? Mr Mayor, our roads in Penshire just cannot cope with that. As an area, Coalfield is groaning under new builds. We really can't take any more and maintain a reasonable quality of life. This is my main concern for the people of Penshire. Local residents are worried about losing a nice view, losing an area that complements the country park. And while I understand that, I'm realistic enough to know that that's not a good enough reason for preventing development, because most of us probably live in houses that when they were built spoiled somebody's view. So that's not my main driver here. I've been criticised for that, by the way, on a local Facebook page, for not making more of that. And the long and complicated consultation process just threw up a lot of misunderstandings. Local Labour councillors have been subject to a lot of abuse on social media, including allegations of corruption. It's been very unpleasant, and there's never ever a good excuse for it. And it's made it difficult for us to work positively with a lot of people in the area. But it's interesting that throughout his deliberations, the inspector did not refer to over 2,000 representations, nor to those made by local councillors. He did, however, seem very interested in the comments of landowners and developers and other non-governmental organisations. So a big concern I have is that Taylor Wimpey openly stated that HGA 9 could support more than 400 houses, and our community could not possibly support that. Mr Mayor, I'm very saddened that in my final year as a councillor, after 22 years of public service, I find myself in the position of having to oppose what is essentially a good plan for our city. But I was elected to represent the Shiny Row ward, and whilst I know some residents support the idea of a new housing estate, more don't. No doubt we'll see a planning application coming in very soon. What profit-driven developer wouldn't turn down the chance of churning up a lovely greenfield site? And shame on Lambton Estates, who've made lots of money out of local communities over the years, and are set to make probably a lot more. Our planners, I think, need to be forewarned that any planning application that comes in will be subject to intense public scrutiny. I know that the opposition councillors will automatically oppose, because that's what they tend to do. They talk down our city. They don't talk it up. They just pretend to be interested in our city. I hope I'm not linked with their school of thought. My main opposition to this plan is what the impact will be on my local community and the people I represent. And I hope that my Labour colleagues appreciate the genuine reasons for my opposition. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lawson. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you.
Is it on there? Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wanted to see some real radical commitment to social housing in this plan, and it isn't. As we see Chestergate is being developed now. It leaves a bitter taste in the mouths of people like myself who grew up in Pinkham Road. That massive amounts of social housing was demolished for now private housing to enlarge to accompany the IAM. That to me is egregious. I can't support it. And the lack of commitment to radical social housing numbers and tackling our social housing crisis in the city is stark, and I can't support it for that reason. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, I think everyone knows I'm in the Green Party and I'm going to oppose this, and I'll ask for a vote as well, and I'll ask my fellow councillors to vote against this. There's a variety of reasons which I'm going to try and outline here. We'll go back to the year when the consultation was begun for the plan, 2012, and how vastly things have changed since then. I mean, just reflecting back, going back to politics, Obama was re-elected for his second year. There was no sign of the orange estate agent around the White House or anything like that. Same-sex marriage wasn't even legal till the next year. No one heard in sport. No one heard of Conor McGregor yet. Oscar Pistorius starred in the 2012 Olympics. Leicester City hadn't won the Premiership title yet, and people would have took off a lot more than just down the underpants, if you'd suggest. Flappy Bird was a big thing on the apps. Planting stopped, Harlem Shake started, and Greta Thunberg was 9-year-old, probably doing the little Gangnam Style dance, carefree in a house, no worries. Brexit was a word that people would have thought was a breakfast cereal, probably, and climate change was something that you might have seen debated on Open University at about 3-4 o'clock in the morning. It hadn't been given the importance that it has now. Now, fast forward to 2020. I'm very proud to be part of this council. I think it's been fantastic to see the cross-party backing for the climate change emergency. Everyone in this council, I'm proud to say, has done something. The Lib Dems and the Tories have been instrumental in proposing the motions that have brought this about. I know people in UKIP have been supportive of me personally, but also associates of theirs were at the government meetings to propose against the building of houses. And the Labour Party obviously has done a lot with the citywide approach to carbon reduction. It's fantastic. But there is a white elephant in this room. If we plan to build on 11 green built areas, that negates a lot of the stuff we're doing so positively on the climate change emergency. Areas in Penshire, Washington, Springwell that I know about, and I've heard from residents that are desperate to stop this happening. Make no mistake, this isn't a good plan from an environmental perspective. We've forgotten to account for, in this plan for escalation of impact due to climate change in a plan that runs up to 2033. This is 3 years beyond the point of no return directive given by the IPCC in 2018. Climate change will happen. It's no longer a question of if, but when. We've seen Australia recently, the devastating fires prompted by rising temperatures, killing scores of people and over 1 billion animals. Yesterday, on the news, it was revealed that the Thwaites Glacier, which is already responsible for 4% of the rise in sea levels and is the size of the UK, is melting much quicker than we thought. It could result in 2 feet sea level rise itself before the end of the century. A recent report in last week's Evening Chronicle demonstrated the effects that things like this are going to have. In the northeast, the whole Sunderland coastline will be affected, as well as riverside areas, all the way into Washington and beyond. So what we're working on now is trying to mitigate that impact, and not in some faraway land, but on our doorstep in Sunderland and Washington. The consultation document for the plan doesn't address climate change because it's still working on a dead concept of growth rather than reining in our expansion. When we talk about living on a planet with finite resources, we have to start making these changes as well. Politicians like us Sticking their fingers in their ears on climate change won't make it go away. So let's go back to the 5th of June when I appeared at the government minister's inspection of our plan. And what I told him then, I'll tell quite a few of you here because a lot of you didn't go and represent your areas. It's heartening to hear Councillor Lawson talking about Penshire and representing the representatives. I know Councillor Denny Wilson, Councillor Scaplehorn did represent the areas, and I apologise if you were there because I would like to be on a different day. The first thing I said to the council inspector was the whole consultation wasn't justified. It hinges on a figure of 13,410 new homes being required, of which 1,290 are going to be on green areas. Now Sunderland, to come to this figure, Sunderland has 280,000 residents. The consultation in 2015 got 208 responses. I had 1,000 responses myself when I was out campaigning last year, and that was just from people in my ward that said they didn't want our area built on. Now, this shows a bit of a flaw in the consultation process. Was it a paper exercise? I hope not. But of those 208 responses, they were given 3 choices. The high growth option, the medium growth, or the low option. 102 people went for the high growth option, which resulted in this figure of 13,410. Now, of those 102 people, 48 people were in families or groups who had vested interest in building houses. Now, I've got my own business myself. I don't blame these people for doing that. I would have probably done the same myself. It's easy to find this out because a lot of them have quite unusual surnames, and there was 11 from one family, 7 from another, 6 from another, and it's easy to Google their names and you'll see where they come from. Again, like I say, that isn't the residents' fault, but surely as a council taking in these responses, we can spot it. I spotted it in 5 minutes. So we had a bias there to the consultation. The data collection was biased. The way the consultation was also set out as well, the language used. There was the language, low growth was described as, decline in working age population, decline in public services. This is what will result in it. Reduced shopping activity, limited housing choices. It won't meet the housing need. Economic growth will be harmed, adverse impact on investment. All the language is negative. However, high growth is described, it would offer the biggest increase in housing choice, the increase in working age population, a vibrant town and local centres, more jobs, more funding for services. The language was different and everything. This bias affects how people respond. It reduces the credibility of what we're coming to, what actually need these over 13,000 houses on such a small sample. Now, what modifications would I make for it? I've heard other people say it is a fantastic document, the whole plan. Apart from this is the only bit I object to, the 11 parts of Greenbelt that we're going to build on. I would much rather see affordable houses rather than luxury houses built on brownfield sites, not Greenbelt, which I know is in the plan as well, and I applaud that. But the effect of building on the Greenbelt, we're thinking about things like biodiversity. Last year, the Global Environment Outlook report, which was the report to the United Nations, we'll call it the GEO6 report from now on page 42 of that, they said biodiversity has been eroded by land use change, which this would be. They also say on page 202, by covering the land with impervious surfaces, such as tarmac and roads, cities affect the hydrological cycle and soil function as well as generating urban heat islands. Grow now, clean up later, that's sadly been the business model for much of the world since the Industrial Revolution. And another quote from the foreword of the report, We feel that the GO6 has gathered the evidence to show what needs to be done and what can be done. We respectfully present it to the world's decision makers and ask them to address these challenges for all our sakes and future generations. Again, we've also, since the report started, we've had Brexit, we've had the IAM and the progress on it, or lack of, I'm not 100% sure how we're progressing with that. We've got much more awareness of the harm of climate change now. And again, as Councillor Lawson reflected, when I sat there, I saw all of the people against the plan on one side of the table and council officers and developers, lawyers on another side of the table. What signal are we giving to our constituents here? Whose side is the council actually on? And we do need developers, but we need developers that will listen to the needs of the people. And if we don't, let's find new ones that will. There's plenty of builders. And finally, to go back to the
order, Mr.
forward.
Mayor, can I move an extension so Councillor Armstrong can conclude his remarks?
Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Okay, thank you. Yes, can you just carry on as long as you're brief?
Finally, back to the forward of that new report I quoted before. We feel we know we've got the evidence to show what needs to be done and what can be done. We respectfully present it to the world's decision makers and ask them to address these challenges for all of our sakes and future generations. We are the decision makers. Let's address the challenges. Let's do the right thing for future generations. So I'll sum up now. We've got a plan that started in 2012, which is outdated and flawed. We've got a council, us here, who declared a climate emergency. We've got a plan there that we've got with executive houses on Greenbelt, which is contrary to all of the expert advice we get about the climate emergency. And we've got residents who don't want to lose Greenbelt and who will also be voting in May. So I'd like to thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your extension.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Oliver?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief, or rather briefer, because I think many of the points have already been made. The Conservative group will be voting against item 5 as well. We do recognise there is a lot of important points in the core plan that we agree with, especially in terms of actions to promote the growth of employment, investment in the city centre. But we do share concern at the loss of Greenbelt throughout the city. And many of the Conservative councillors have worked on that, whether it's in their ward in St Chad's in Fulwell, where they have, if I may say, had some success in being influential, and of course have been involved in some of the residents' concerns in other wards as well. But that's all I'd like to say at this point, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Oliver. Councillor Haskell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My comments are very, very specific to the policy on hot food takeaways. Firstly, from a ward perspective, but also a citywide perspective. It was in 2017, I put in representations when I was still the resident of the city, as opposed to a local councillor, around the classification of how St Luke's Terrace, the main shopping district in my area, would be treated, and asked for it to be listed as a shopping centre. It's actually been downgraded below that level, which means that there is a cap of 25% can be for shop frontage can be hot food takeaways. That is already the level that St Luke's Terrace is at, and it means that anywhere else in the city can increase to that level where it has been given the same classification. So I will be voting against on that particular measure of the ward councillor. But also we put into this strategy development plan 2 items to try and address the spread of hot food takeaways in our city, because we are at a point where we have 1 takeaway per 1,000 residents. We're at saturation point. Now, one of those was avoid it where it was in a 400-metre radius of the local school, and another was if the obesity level was greater than 21% of year 6 pupils and 10% of reception pupils in the ward we're talking about. Now, again, this is very specific, but at development control this month, a takeaway was approved despite being in a ward where it was above those thresholds. Now, where recently it was above those thresholds. So the rulings that we've put in this development plan are already failing, and we haven't even passed it and fully adopted it yet. Now, big concern for residents, whenever it comes up in the media or on the doorstep, universally people are not happy with more spread, and this document is not fit for purpose in blocking further spread. So both at a ward level and citywide, I will be voting against on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haswell. Councillor Fagan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just keep my comments quite brief because I think a lot of people have covered it. But the area that particularly concerns me is the breakdown of the settlement breaks in the area, specifically in the Doxford ward and spilling over into the Riot ward as well. The plan reads that it will permit development on settlement breaks as long as they are not detrimental to the character, role and function of the settlement break. We've already seen a breakdown of the settlement break in our area, and it is to the detriment to everybody's welfare, to the character and to the role and the function of our city and to our ward. The city plan is basically going to destroy areas, so the character of areas like Burden Village, Tunstall Village and Riot, with 3,000 homes planned within our area. And therefore, there's no way I can support this plan. The proposed developments that are coming up in our area are actually on questionable grounds as well, in areas where they're going to have a battle with excess water and things like that. Having to put in pumping stations to keep control of water and other elements like that. So based on this, I can't support this plan.
Are you Councillor Fagan? Deputy Leader, do you wish to speak?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Leader, do you wish to exercise the right of reply?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do. I have to say I appreciate the comments from councillors. When you bring forward such a large, far-reaching plan, you cannot get everybody's agreement that it is either in its entirety the right thing or mostly the right thing. And I do appreciate that some councillors in this chamber feel that they have to vote against it or abstain against it because it's the wrong thing for their areas, and I'm absolutely fine with that. I'd like to say a couple of things. Councillor Oliver, if you think planning's got problems now, you better have a word with your government, because they are considering removing councils and councillors from the decision-making process altogether, and it'll be like the Wild West if they do that, because at the moment the only thing holding back unbridled development and upside-down windmills in people's gardens is the fact that we have a planning process which holds developers to account, and that ultimately is one of the key reasons for having a core strategy. Councillor Armstrong, very good speech, but it's not the council inspector. The planning inspector is quite independent of the council, and people need to be aware of that. He comes in or she comes in and looks at the evidence base, and it wasn't luxury housing, it was family homes. It's a breadth of things. Using the wrong emotive words is equally as damaging as doing the wrong thing for the wrong reason. Councillor Hodson, I wasn't at all surprised that you started off by saying, regardless of what's said, your group are not going to support the plan. Your group haven't supported any plan that this council has brought forward in the 2.5 years you've been here. It's business as usual. You're just here to be negative and complain about everything. That's absolutely fine. If that's the role you wish to take, enjoy your negativity. I have to say, though, that the time for a lot of these arguments was at the inspection in public. And how many of you actually attended and gave those arguments to the inspector who was listening to them all? Now, Councillor Lawson makes a valid point about arguing for the issues regarding Shiny Row, because Shiny Row was left in the plan. My view of that is that the argument put forward was not as strong as other areas who argued more vociferously in the room with the planning inspector and were removed from the plan. The whole point of the in-public evidence debate with the planning inspector was to give the public the chance to talk directly to the individual who had the power. And coming now with these points, fine, but these points should have been made at the correct time and more strongly made the argument about this is something we should not be doing. At the end of the day, the planning inspector then makes a decision based on the evidence seen and the evidence gathered over several years. And this council bent over backwards to do consultancy as much as it could. It did far more than it was regulated to have to do, and it went back twice to do more consultation with more events, and I went to almost all of it in Washington as a Washington councillor to see what the public were doing, and there was certainly plenty of the public engaged, writing on maps, drawing notes, telling the officers what they thought and talking to the people involved in that process. But I do need to remind councillors that at 3.4, all local authorities are required to prepare a local plan, and plans must be prepared in accordance with the National Planning Policy Framework, the duty to cooperate in legal and procedural requirements as set out in the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004 and the Town and Country Planning, Local Planning England Regulations 2012. Local plans must be considered to be sound following an examination in public, which means that the plans have been positively prepared and seek to meet the objectively assessed need. It's the objectively assessed need for development and infrastructure requirements, and is justified and is the most appropriate strategy and is effective and is consistent with national policy. And after, as Councillor Armstrong pointed out, nearly 8 years of doing this process, and that is why the core strategy is incredibly sound, the evidence base behind why we need 13,400 houses and where they need to go, as agreed and signed off and authorised by the independent Her Majesty's Government Planning Inspector, has some serious weight behind it. And this council needs that document to enable us to drive what we're doing going forward. So I accept the commentary of councillors who've spoken, I genuinely do. I have no doubt that the opposition councillors will vote against because it's just what they want to do. This Labour group, in the main, because a couple of Labour councillors, because of their concerns, have asked for dispensation and I've allowed that, but this Labour group will vote for the core strategy because it's what the residents of this city need for this city to be successful as we move forward into the 21st century. And this council knows what it needs to do to make Sunderland the best medium-sized city in England, and the core strategy is an integral part of it. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. We now have an electronic vote on item 5 of the report, the adoption of the core strategy. We will vote on the remaining item afterwards.
Yeah.
Mr Mayor, there are 36 votes in favour, 2 abstentions, 23 votes against, and therefore item 5 is carried.
Thank you. Do you accept the report of the Cabinet, the rest of it? Thank you. We now move on to item 10, written questions to members of the Council.
Thank you, Mayor Simon. I'd like to make a point of order under Section 4 of the Rules of Procedure, Rule 10.3, Item B, which permits urgent questions. Mayor, I submitted an urgent question to Graeme Miller as leader of this council regarding the fire yesterday at Simpson Street School. in which I asked him, can he update us as to the state of the building today, and can he advise of the state of the building prior to the fire, the status of the building, and how the council might be likely to respond. I received an email today at 3:47 p.m. saying that this question was refused because it was too early to answer. Mayor, you can imagine my surprise then to see an article published on the Echo website at 3:44 p.m. today, the title of which is "Council was in advanced stage of selling Simpson Street School before fire as drone reveals scale of damage. Council bosses say they are..." Yes?
Have we received an email?
Yes, that's on the point of order.
Have we received an email?
Mayor, respectfully.
That's my decision.
Respectfully, Mayor, it's not your email that I'm challenging. Mayor, respectfully, you haven't allowed me to ask to raise my point of order.
Look, it's my decision. Please sit down.
Pathetic.
Explain that. Watson, could you retract that, please?
Get him out.
Mayor Sunderland, I retract the comment pathetic.
I'll do it. Well, I apologise.
I'm quite happy with that. Right, can we go back to the written questions? Question number 1, Councillor Denny Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now you've gone and really ruined the mood.
As always.
Considering the widespread use of disinformation, abuse and untruths on social and mainstream media against this council and its staff, could the leader outline what action, if any, is being taken against such perpetrators?
Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to thank the troublemaker that is Councillor Wilson for his question. The Council recognises the issue of disinformation online and the damage this can cause for individuals and the city as a whole in terms of reputation. There is clear guidance in place for reporting such issues, and the Council also recognises its duty of care to individuals affected by such issues, providing support where needed. Though we do seek to report malicious and false content to the relevant social media channels, progress with this is often slow and inconsistent. This is frustrating, but unfortunately this is not a problem that is unique to our organisation. Alongside this, we are working hard to share the good work that is going on across the council and indeed the city. In fact, the number of followers on our own key social media channels has increased by more than 20,000 since January 2019. And we have also introduced community Facebook pages for each of the 5 area committees to share more local content and good news. We challenge inaccurate comments on our posts and have seen a marked change in sentiment from followers, with a much more positive response to the great things happening in the city and announcements made in recent months. Particularly, training has been offered to all elected members to enable them to use social media to support their work in their wards, and we could look to run this again if this would be of use to members. We also continue to keep all legal options open to us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Question 2, Councillor Peterwood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Has any consideration been given to renaming European Way, perhaps Brexit Roundabout?
From a Remainer as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Councillor Wood, for your mischievous question, because I'm sure it's given in the right spirit. The short answer is no, Councillor Wood. The Council has not given any consideration to renaming European Way, as whilst we are indeed leaving the EU framework, I believe we're all still going to remain in Europe. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Question 3, Councillor Hodson.
Thank you, Mayor Sunderland. The Sunderland Echo reported in December that former Labour councillor Thomas Wright had admitted a series of historic child sex offences in court. Given that the councillor in question was quietly suspended from the Labour Party the previous year, can the leader clarify what access to children and information about children did Thomas Wright have in his roles on the council? When was the Labour Party first aware of the allegations against him? And what has the council done considering the charges and Wright's subsequent admission of guilt to keep residents and children safe? Can the leader give assurances to parents in Sunderland that their children have not been placed in danger? Thank you, Mr.
Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Councillor Hodson. I can confirm that the Council acted without delay once it received notice of the allegations and cooperated fully with the designated officer in respect of the safeguarding process that then fell into place. It was determined that Thomas Wright had no direct involvement with children and young people, and parents can be assured that the proper processes were followed in respect of safeguarding children at all times. I personally informed the Labour Party immediately regarding the situation that was made aware to me, and the party immediately suspended Thomas Wright, subject to investigation. He was subsequently expelled following his admission of guilt to charges made against him. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Hodson.
Thank you, Mayor Sunderland. This is the second time in 12 months that we've seen a former Labour councillor charged with a child sex offence. At what point will this council appoint an independent inquiry?
I believe that's a different question, Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a brief comment?
Yes, if you wish to, Leader.
Mr. Mayor, I think that's an entirely egregious slur on this whole council chamber that you even suggest such a thing. It's quite outrageous, Councillor Hodson, and I am going to take serious conversation with the City Solicitor about you on this, because I've had quite enough of this behaviour from you particularly. This was a terrible situation. Everybody acted in the best interest of people who were vulnerable at risk, and it has been dealt with. Exactly what do you think an independent inquiry, what's it going to do? Who's it going to look at? Is it going to look at you? Who's it going to look at? What do you mean by that? Is this just another attempt to get a cheap, ridiculous headline in the Echo? Because that's what it sounds like to me. You're an absolute disgrace as a councillor. Maybe you should focus on the work in your Millfield ward rather than having it fall into bits around you and blaming everybody else for the fact that it's a shambles, Councillor Hodson.
The next question is question 4, Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And moving on, councillors. This is to Councillor Farthing, and it's about preparations to bring Together for Children out of special measures. Thank you. With the Together for Children final Ofsted monitoring visit due to take place in February, can the portfolio holder please update members on the progress and preparations that have been put into place in order to bring Together for Children out of special measures? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Farthing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Mann, for your question. Right, it's not TFC that is in special measures with regard to children's safeguarding. It's the local authority that is under direction. The local authority was effectively directed by the Commissioner, who was appointed after the 2015 Ofsted inspection by the then Children's Minister, Edward Tinson, to set up a children's company. Together for Children Sunderland was set up in 2017. Councillor Mann is correct when she says that a fourth monitoring visit is due in February. However, the inspection framework for local authority children's services directs an Ofsted to undertake 4 monitoring visits as a minimum. It is a matter for Ofsted to determine if they wish to undertake more than 4, and that will be notified after the next visit. The monitoring visits are not graded in any way, so until a full inspection under the framework takes place, the current rating remains in place. The grading relates to social care performance and not the wider range of services in the organisation, including the very successful school improvement service, early help, which currently helps over 1,000 families, the children's homes, which are all good, with one which has been outstanding now on 3 occasions, and the adoption and fostering services, graded as good with outstanding features. In terms of making progress in the safeguarding social care areas, a revised improvement plan is in progress for 2021 that is monitored through the Performance and Improvement Board, chaired by the DFE appointed Improvement Advisor, Paul Moffat. The Council Chief Executive and myself sit on the Performance and Improvement Board as part of the oversight arrangements. The service also reports progress through the agreed governance to the TFC Board and to the performance clinics held by the Council through the Chief Executive. In my view, the key to an improved outcome at the final inspection will be to maintain the good staff morale which was noted in the last monitoring visit, and for the now permanent management structure to drive constant improvement in every aspect of safeguarding, in particular to ensure that relationships with families are good and that signs of safety is well embedded into the organisation to ensure that we build on the strengths in families, as well as the extension to the family group conferencing system, which has recently been put in place and will become effective in the near future. The Council Scrutiny Committee is also key to monitoring the outcomes for children and the impact of social care, both by TFC and our wider partners. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Farley. Question 5. Councillor Darrell Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could the leader comment on the massive private sector investment, the biggest for a generation, to take place on the Vogue site? Can he also confirm that there will be no direct cost to the council for the construction of the new City Hall, which will now be leased from the major private sector investment?
Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to thank Councillor Dixon for his question. The Council has entered into an agreement with Legal & General, one of the country's biggest institutional investors, who have an unrivalled track record of facilitating major regeneration in UK cities through partnerships with the local authorities, as has been seen by their future cities' investments in areas such as Oxford, Leeds, Bristol, Newcastle and Cardiff. The Legal & General £100 million plus investment, therefore, is the single most significant investment story in Sunderland for decades, and puts the £67 million given to Newcastle for their city centre in the shade. The development of the new City Hall for both the Council and other public sector organisations is being completely funded by Legal & General as part of the partnership agreement, and therefore the Council is not providing any direct funding to the cost of construction. So, opposition councillors over there who ran loads of leaflets and spurious email campaigns on social media claiming ridiculous cost figures to this council of 40, 60, 80 million. Anybody want to actually get up and apologise for telling lies to the residents of the city when the net cost of building this building is now exactly zero? No? Not a thing? Just like happy to tell lies to the residents of the city.
Point of personal explanation, Mr. Mayor. And on behalf of the Conservative group, if Councillor Miller thinks that election leaflets or emails put out by the Conservative group at election time were wrong, then he can take legal action against us, preferably not paid for by the council. Of course, what has happened here is that there has been a change. So what was said was right, and now it wouldn't be, but we won't be saying that again.
Do you wish to carry on?
I absolutely do, if that's okay with you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks very much for that, Councillor Oliver. The fact that you're wrong surprises nobody in this chamber because you're consistently wrong when you speak. It's something you get used to. The cost of the City Hall was never 81 million, it was never 61 million. When we actually produced figures for it at that time to give an indicator to our investment opportunities out there to see what it was going to be, it was 42 million. But you lot still continued to put out there that it was 61 million, 82 million, whatever you felt was good to scare residents into thinking that this council was being financially badly run. And I'm still waiting for a single one of you to say, you know what, Councillor Miller, you're right, we were wrong, we maybe over-egged it, we won't do it again. Silence there was. So I'm hoping that the people of the City of Sunderland begin to see that when it comes to talking about money and delivering things in the city, they absolutely need to have faith in the Labour group, because it's us delivering this, not anybody else, certainly not with any of your help. All you're prepared to do is tell lies and talk this city down. We're the people who try to build it and try to give the residents what they need. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Regan. We'll now take questions 6, 7 and 12 together. Councillor Peter Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is, what is the council doing to encourage tree planting in the city?
Councillor Haskell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is the Deputy to confirm what is Sunderland Council's programme for tree planting to aid carbon capture in the fight against global warming.
Councillor Paul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is, following the decision of the Council to become a carbon neutral city by 2030, could the leader outline whether the Council has plans to use its extensive land asset to introduce community forests within the city? Thank you.
Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank Councillors Wood, Haswell and Hunt for their questions. As I mentioned in the item 5 of the agenda tonight, Mr. Mayor, in the response on the update on the carbon reduction that the Council has been awarded 161,846 in late 2019 from the Urban Tree Challenge to fund planting of 424 large trees and 2,000 small trees on council land before March 2021, and we're currently working through a process of how we deliver them, but that is literally just the start of the process. In response to Councillor Hunt's specific question around community forests, Mr. Mayor, we're at the very, very early stages of looking into this idea. It was an idea that was first brought to me and to Councillor Stewart by Councillor Roundtree from the Hetton Ward, and it's something that we're currently exploring. I was recently down in London for an energy and climate emergency conference and just happened to bump into a guy from the Woodland Trust who is very keen to get involved with the council as we look to develop ideas for the community forest. So Councillor Stewart and I, in conjunction with Councillor Roundtree, will be developing the idea for community forests, maybe looking at first in the Hetton Ward, and as we develop these forward. But tree planting is a key component of how the city will reach our 2030 targets. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Question 8, Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This one's to... I forgot what it was. Sorry, the leader. Thank you. It's about the Eagle Public House premises in my ward, St Anne's, a vacant land plot. Relating to the private land located at Parkhurst Road, Portsmouth Road, Pennywell, previously occupied by the now demolished public house, the Eagle, which has been derelict and unkempt for over 20 years. After multiple residents and Gen 2 area coordinators' comments, can the portfolio holder, initially I asked, advise if there are any plans to work together with Gen 2 and ward councillors to improve this vacant land and increase neighbourhood pride? Thank you, Mr. Mann.
Councillor Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mann, for the question. I'm sure Councillor Mann is aware that the site is not owned by the council. However, if Councillor Mann and her ward colleagues would like to meet me to discuss future plans, trying to find out who the landowner is and any work that we can do together, I'm more than happy to facilitate that meeting.
Thank you. Question 9, Councillor Blackburn.
you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, could the leader tell Council how successful the South Tyne Weir Waste Partnership has been over the past 5 years for Sunderland City Council and its two partners? Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Amy Wilson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Blackburn, for your question. I'm pleased to report that the South Tyne Weir Waste Partnership has been extremely successful for the City Council and Gateshead and South Tyneside. Council also collaborated initially to deliver a safe, secure and environmentally sustainable residual waste treatment solution, and then make all the waste services we deliver together as efficient as possible with the limited resources available. Key achievements in the management of our municipal waste include the investment in waste infrastructure to facilitate the transportation of waste to a dedicated energy from waste facility. Also, the delivery of a community education and engagement programme which is managed on our behalf by Economic Regeneration Charity Groundworks North East and Cumbria. Hundreds of our school children and community groups and members are engaged annually, and I would ask any member who is a school governor or who is involved with the community organisation, get them through there because it's a fantastic facility and it's there to be used. We also the establishment of a partnership team which now provides the Waste Disposal Authority functions on behalf of the Parking Authority, including a range of contract management roles and robust waste data reporting arrangements to government, and we hope this agreement between the three councils continues in the future. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Question 10, Councillor Peterwood.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. What percentage of the floor space of the Beam building is currently occupied, please?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Rood, for the question. I can confirm that 60% of the building is let at present, and that the remaining 40% is subject to an option, and I am very confident that we will be at 100% before the end of the year, Councillor.
Next question 11. Councillor O'Brien, do you wish me to read the question out for you? This is regarding the Chester Road subway, and it's to the Leader of the Council. Back in May 2019, I was in the paper calling that for the Chester Road subway to be brought up to scratch, given more people would be using it to access developments, including KFC, that were then starting construction on the former Dewhurst site. Becca Atkinson was quoted in the same Sunderland Echo article criticising my comments and saying, quote, "Before anybody could open and start trading at this development, the council set down a condition that developers must fund and complete improvements to the subway. The improvement works include extensive upgrades to its approaches and entrances, and its lighting, its concrete walls and ceilings, and its complete redecoration. These developments have now been open and trading for many months, with no improvements having been made to the subway. Will the portfolio holder kindly advise me when we'll actually see any improvements promised for this subway, and apologise to me for my colleague and my colleague Meg Crosby and local residents for her misleading statement in the press." Councillor Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor O'Brien, for his rather lengthy question. I can clarify that the requirement to provide improvements to the underpass or subway connecting Hastings Hill with the new retail developments in Pennywell is a planning condition relating to Aldi, which was approved in 2017, and not the KFC outlet, which is now open. The improvements include updates to lighting, repairs to barriers, steps and paving, as well as painting the internal walls of the underpass. The commencement of the Aldi store can take place within 3 years of the receipt of the planning permission, and the date for starting on site rests with the developer. I can advise, however, that a site meeting with the contractor has already been arranged to take place this week. So, Councillor O'Brien, and I'm assuming you're referring to Councillor Crosby, I won't be apologising for any misleading comments. I think it's probably best that we politely agree that this is crossed wires on someone's behalf. But, Mr Mayor, from another point, and if you would indulge us, just for one small comment. Councillor O'Brien refers to both myself and Councillor Crosby in that entire question as just Rebecca Atkinson and Meg Crosby. Now, I speak on behalf of all women in this chamber, right across the political landscape. We have a leader in Councillor Pam Mann, we have a deputy leader in Councillor Julie Potts.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. I did not write the question, my colleague did. My colleague writes the questions on my behalf because I have trouble spelling, and he then submits them. But I always tell them what I want to say.
So you're like what?
Just hold on a second. Just time. Councillor Atkinson, would you like to finish?
Finish speaking, sit down. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
So on behalf of all women in this chamber, I'd like to drag Councillor O'Brien and his Lib Dem colleagues in the 21st century. Women, 100 years ago, fought for the vote. Women in this chamber are carrying on that fight. Never in the wildest dreams 100 years ago would any woman have thought we would be standing or sitting in this chamber today. Now, I don't demand respect, but I would gratefully ask Councillor O'Brien to start treating both male and female colleagues in this chamber as equals.
Mr Mayor, this is outrageous. She's inferring something I did not...
Councillor O'Brien, will you please sit down? Councillor, will you please get to the point?
Mr Mayor does refer to the leader and other councillors in previous questions as councillor when they're male, so I would just like to kindly point that out on behalf of all women in this chamber, that actually we are equals.
Can we move on to question 13? Councillor MacDonagh? It's not here.
Next question. I did know about that, so I would ask the question.
Did you? Okay.
Did you?
Councillor Oliver?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In light of recent comments made by Alan Mardgum of the Durham Miners Gala, which suggested that Conservatives may not be safe when attending the gala, would the Leader of the Council agree with me that the gala is a celebration of our coal mining heritage rather than an overtly political event, and will he look again at any funding from this Council towards the event if this year's gala does indeed exclude many members of the public who voted Conservative?
Councillor John Kelly.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I thank Councillor MacDonagh for his question, which not bothered to come to do it properly, but never mind. There is nothing in the Council budget in the current financial year to provide a financial contribution to the Durham Miners Gala. In recent years, area committees have provided limited financial assistance to some groups attending the gala, but not directly to the gala itself. I have to take a little bit of umbrage with the way the question has been written, because ultimately I saw the interview and he wasn't banning anybody who voted Conservative. What he said was it would be for those newly elected Conservative MPs to decide on how safe they felt. And I am aware that at least one of those Conservative MPs, because public money is not into the Conservative MP brigade, has asked for personal protection from the police. So there's going to be a substantial cost there. We never bar anybody from entering anything, and they're more than welcome to go as a member of the public. It's their choice, as many of us on this side of the chamber go to it. Mr Mayor, I think that this has been mischief making on behalf of Councillor McDonagh, but to be perfectly honest, everybody's welcome. It's a cultural event. However, I can see why the General Secretary has particular umbrage with the Conservatives, given the fact that they wiped out an entire industry, not for any other reason.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, am I allowed to ask a supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. I'm not sure which councillor I am, but I'll try and work it out. Having attended the Durham Miners' Gala myself, on more occasions than the former Member of Parliament for Sedgefield, Mr. Blair, who I don't think ever attended, because he didn't want to stand next to Mr. Corbyn on the balcony, can I not ask Councillor Kelly, and thank you for his response, that in fact Mr. Markham did say that Conservative MPs wanting to attend should check with the police about their personal safety. Is that not a totally unacceptable threat to anyone in public life? And should we not therefore withhold any funding, direct or indirect, until that threat is withdrawn?
Councillor Kelly, do you wish to come back to that?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, the comment, I believe, was standard one that MPs should safeguard their own health and well-being. That's standard for anybody who's going to Gala. If you go to Gala and you end up in the prison officers club, don't drink 12 pints because you'd likely bump into things on your way home. I think at the end of the day, I welcome anybody to come to an event. I find it highly amusing, in all honesty, that Conservatives feel so enthralled to attend what is ultimately a trade union movement meeting. I welcome anybody, I'll take anybody along with me. I never ever want to see any violence against anybody, and we would never ever condone such action. However, I stand by my original statement that I can understand why certain people within the Durham Coalfield, of which Sunderland was part, have a huge resentment against Conservatives, given the fact they wiped out the industry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I believe the time's up.
Mr. Mayor, can I propose an extension to Councillor's question?
Is there a second for that? Can we have a vote on that, please?
Therefore, the motion's defeated.
Thank you. We now move on to item 11. Next is a report on actions and petitions. Does any member wish to comment on the report? Can we accept the report?
Right.
Next item is item 12. We will now deal with the notice of motion in relation to alcohol minimum unit pricing. I invite Councillor Checker to read and move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This council notes that alcohol remains one of the key drivers of health inequalities and one of the key causes of premature death in Sunderland. That minimum unit pricing, or MUP, can have a positive impact on reducing alcohol-related deaths, alcohol-related crimes and reducing health inequalities. This council calls on the new government to introduce minimum unit pricing in England without delay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, would you like to second the motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'd like to second the motion and reserve the right to speak. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Checker, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, our relationship with alcohol is reaching crisis point. Nationally, 65 people a day die from alcohol-related causes. Alcohol-related admissions have doubled in 10 years. Almost half of all violent crime is linked to alcohol. Over 1 in 3 child deaths and serious injuries due to neglect are linked to parental drinking. Dealing with the problems the alcohol causes our society costs as much as £50 billion per year. It reaches every corner of our communities, contributing to child abuse and neglect, domestic violence, suicide, family breakdown and crime and disorder. So I would like to start, Mr Mayor, by explaining why the Labour Group has brought this notice of motion to Council today. As we've just read in the wording of the motion, a minimum unit price is needed for residents in Sunderland because here in this city we suffer from some of the highest death rates and hospital admissions in England caused by drinking. Alcohol harm is a driver of health inequalities, with the most deprived communities suffering the highest levels of harm. Cheap alcohol is at the root of our problems. The affordability of supermarket beer has increased 188% since 1987, so it's 3 times more affordable now than it was then. The figure for wines and spirits is also 131%. It's possible to buy a bottle of strong white cider containing the equivalent of 22 shots of vodka for just £3.50. No wonder we're drinking twice as much as we were in the 1950s. So what is it? Minimum unit pricing sets a floor price for a unit of alcohol. It targets the cheapest alcohol, most commonly consumed by the heaviest drinkers. It is a highly targeted measure that works by increasing the price of the cheap, strong products consumed by the heaviest drinkers, such as super strength ciders and cheap vodkas. It would leave pub prices untouched, and moderate drinkers with a minimum unit price at 50p, such as the Scottish level, would only spend an extra £2.25 per year on alcohol. Minimum unit price was introduced in Scotland at 50p per unit in May 2018, meaning that 3 litres of strong cider now costs no less than £11.25. As I said, currently in England, that same bottle can cost as little as £3.50. Here in Sunderland, 90% of alcohol sold for less than 50p per unit is consumed by increasing and high-risk drinkers, and these dependent drinkers are the people that minimum unit pricing is aimed at. It does this by reducing the affordability, availability and desirability of these products. Statistics also show that in Sunderland we have 3,739 crimes caused by alcohol each year. These are made up of more than 3,000 thefts or robberies, more than 8,000 incidents of criminal damage, and more than 2,500 violent incidents. We have 4,653 hospital admissions caused by alcohol each year, and the annual cost to the National Health Service in this city caused by alcohol is a huge £20.6 million. But Mr Mayor, most tragically, 89 adults, residents of this city, die every year due to alcohol consumption. Thanks to the University of Sheffield and the National Institute for Health Research, evidence about the potential impact of minimum unit pricing is available at the local authority level. So I'd like to just explain a little bit more about what the potential impact of a 50p minimum unit price would look like on harms caused by alcohol here in Sunderland. And make no mistake, a minimum unit price would save lives, prevent crime, protect the most vulnerable and save the NHS money. There would be 592 fewer crimes caused by alcohol each year. There would be 415 fewer hospital admissions each year, and it would save the NHS £1.1 million per year. And over the next 20 years, Mr Mayor, there would be 270 lives saved if we introduced a minimum unit pricing. Minimum unit pricing is targeted. It raises the price of the cheapest and the strongest alcohol consumed by the heaviest drinkers without affecting the price of a pint or a glass of wine in the pub. As I said, moderate drinkers will be largely unaffected. And minimum unit pricing works. Research shows that it would save lives, cut crime and reduce pressure on our emergency services. And following Scotland's implementation of minimum unit pricing in May 2018, the latest research published as recently as yesterday, evaluating the first full year of their minimum unit pricing, found the volume of pure alcohol sold per person has dropped in Scotland by 3.6%, whereas in England over the same period the volume is increasing and has increased by 2%. With the biggest impact being on cider sales, which fell nearly a fifth. Sales of spirits fell also by 3.8%, wine by 3%, beer by 1%. And according to analysis carried out by Newcastle University, alcohol sales in Scotland are falling faster to the heaviest drinking households. Therefore, NHS England, Public Health England all agree that for Scotland this is a move in the right direction. The British Medical Association Scotland agree that the latest findings are encouraging for the long-term strategy, Alcohol Focus Scotland and other studies suggest that consumers in Scotland are switching to smaller size packs and lower strength products. And Mr Mayor, it isn't difficult to understand that even a small reduction in the amount of alcohol consumed will leave fewer lives damaged by or lost to drink. In Scotland, there are also early signs that this reduction in consumption is beginning to reduce hospital admissions for alcoholic liver disease amongst the heaviest drinkers in Scotland. Minimum unit pricing is wanted. It is supported by most of the general public and recommended by a whole range of medical professionals. And for those that are sceptical about the view of the general public, recent research carried out shows that for every one person that opposes the implementation of minimum unit pricing, 2 people support it, and that includes publicans. Mr Mayor, our own Health and Wellbeing Board are acutely aware of the damage alcohol causes across our city. This is why we have made reducing alcohol harm in our city a major priority. Recently, we have drafted a letter to send to the Prime Minister and his government, urging them to introduce minimum unit pricing. I'm also chair of the Sunderland Alcohol Multi-Agency Partnership, who have also committed to campaigning for the introduction of minimum unit pricing. We will also be writing to the government as a partnership to try and get this legislated in England and to prevent further lives being lost and damaged. Mr Mayor, our Prime Minister Boris Johnson is known to be sceptical of minimum unit pricing, using language such as sin taxes, and minimum unit pricing didn't appear in the Conservative manifesto in the lead-up to the general election. In fact, as we know, the Conservative manifesto was thin and demonstrated very little on alcohol harms. As with the Prevention Green Paper earlier in the year, however, there was, reference to tackling underlying causes of increases in NHS demand. There was mention of obesity, but there was no specific mention of alcohol harms or the problems that they cause. Understanding the scale of the problem facing our communities, the Labour Party, the Liberal Democrats and the Green Party all made a pledge to review the evidence on minimum unit pricing in their manifestos. This is why, along with minimum unit pricing, we need to ensure that this government in the upcoming budget increases alcohol duty at an above inflation rate, as recent cuts to alcohol duty cost more than £1 billion every year. This is enough to fund the salaries of 40,000 nurses or 29,000 police officers. Mr Mayor, whatever the reason that the government can give for resisting this, we cannot let this stop us. The burden that alcohol places on society is unsustainable and we're all paying the price. 2012 was the last time this country had a national alcohol strategy which did have minimum unit pricing in it, but following industry lobbying, this was removed. However, evidence from Scotland shows that the industry has been largely compliant with minimum unit pricing, with off-trade sales falling and no impact to the on-trade industry. And while there are obvious decreased volumes in cheap alcohol being sold, with increased margins, there is little impact on profits. There hasn't been an increase in illegal activity, so really there is no reason for this government not to move on this and prioritise our communities and our public services such as police and health services by intervening to bring alcohol harms under control. Balance, the North East Alcohol Office, have been integral across the region in educating and informing local authorities and local alcohol partnerships about the best practice regarding reducing alcohol harms. And they're working hard across the region with local authorities, health and wellbeing boards and health partnerships to come together to create a louder voice to be heard. We're doing more in Sunderland than many other councils. This is despite austerity measures and repeated cuts to the public health grant. We're investing in treatment services, investing in licensing. We are working with Balance around an alcohol-free childhood, and we're doing all we can to stop people spiralling down. But with only 1 in 5 dependent drinkers actively receiving treatment thanks to drug and alcohol services being pushed together by the coalition government, we now have a task on our hands, and we know that prevention is better than cure and are looking at how we can increase our offer for alcohol services locally. This government must listen, and we want them to hear that this council stands up for the health and wellbeing of our residents. We know that in Sunderland alone, data published in 2017 showed that the overall cost of alcohol harm to be £111.6 million. This figure is now expected to be higher, but in 2017 this breakdown included £23.7 million to health service, £36 million per head cost to crime, and it costs our economy £38.7 million with £15.6 million cost to social care. Mr Mayor, if anyone would like a further breakdown of these costs, I'll happily share them because it's stark reading, but we do not have the time to delve into the finer details here today. Mr Mayor, I would ask that everyone in this chamber to remember that minimum unit pricing is targeted at the heaviest drinkers who consume the cheapest and strongest alcohol, especially in the most deprived areas, and would help to reduce health inequalities. It achieves that with little impact on moderate drinkers, including those in low incomes.
Mr Mayor, can I move an extension for Councillor Checker to finish her remarks?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. I'm almost finished. It achieves that with little impact on moderate drinkers, including those on low incomes. It has widespread support of leading medical and police organisations, many of the country's largest charities and the majority of the general public, Mr Mayor. I recognise that minimum unit pricing is not a magic bullet. We need a range of measures to turn the tide of alcohol harm here in Sunderland, and we're working hard to help those most in need through our public health team and our health and wellbeing partnerships. But all of the evidence tells us that many of the problems with alcohol in this city are being driven by the availability of very strong, very cheap alcohol, and this being consumed by the heaviest drinkers. The introduction of minimum unit price in England would tackle that problem at source. In order to protect the future health of our society, we need to tackle this crisis now, and this is why we're urging the government to introduce this measure as a matter of urgency. This has been successfully introduced in Scotland. It's coming to Wales in March. The Republic of Ireland is looking to introduce it, and England cannot afford to be left behind. It is time to act now, and I hope everyone here will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Checker. Are there any amendments? Does anyone wish to speak to the motion?
Councillor O'Brien, Councillor Mann, Councillor Oliver, Councillor Johnston, Councillor Hewitt, Councillor Blackwood, Councillor Haswell,
Can you read the list out, please?
Mr Mayor, the speakers are Councillors O'Brien, Mann, Oliver, Johnston, Hewitt, Blackett, Haswell, Whitland, Councillor Williams, reserved the right to speak, and Councillor Johnson the right to comply.
Councillor O'Brien?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I did write a lengthy speech actually, but I'm not going to read it all.
Councillor O'Brien, can you just give us can you reset the timer, please?
I'll get more time.
No, you just get the same time. Right, carry on.
I was going to read the lengthy speech, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say our group are pretty divided on this issue regarding this fundamental, the issue of liberalism and what have you. But as a liberal, I fundamentally disagree with it. As a son of an alcoholic, I fundamentally disagree with it. Because as my dad said before he died, last year, it doesn't matter how much alcohol costs, an addict will always get it. They will always fundamentally get it. He didn't care what he did or who he harmed because he was fundamentally ill. Addiction is a problem, I understand that, but minimum unit pricing does not solve that problem. In fact, it hurts the poorest the most because it's a regressive taxation system. Well, it's not even tax. It's bigger profits for bigger corporations, which poorer people have to pay. And addicts will have to pay that because he didn't care how much Scrumpy Jack cost. If it cost £3 or 12 quid or whatever, he didn't care, he was going to get it. And that's the fundamental issue, is that this actually has no real science towards it. If you look in Russia boasted at an 80% reduction in alcohol consumption. Actually, the masses of misinformation were fact-checked by the BBC, and it was only 6. Canada, I love Canada. People know here I like Canada. Liberal country, implemented it, has had it for 9 years. They have had the same reduction in alcohol consumption as we have here without introducing minimum unit pricing. It is not pricing people out of alcohol we need to do, it's educating people the harms of alcohol. And in fact, if you look at the World Health Organization Index, you will see that 40% for those who are 16 and 24-year-olds, some of them don't even have one drink. In fact, the percentage of that has fallen drastically. Also, binge drinking has fallen nearly 50%, which is good. I think we can all agree that within use. The World Health Organization Index also says since 2004, the UK has seen the sharpest reduction of alcohol consumption since World War II, and it's actually just slightly higher than what we were in 1980. So, and that's probably to do with better education. It was in school that I learned about how to manage alcohol, and I learned it at home as well. Because being a son of alcoholics is not easy, not easy at all. But this doesn't solve the problem. It actually doesn't even solve part of the problem. For me, it's the taxation, what hurts the poorest in society, what penalises people who want to drink. And I'll tell you what's not going to happen. The House of Lords are going to stop drinking their champagne. The House of Commons, and presumably the Labour MPs for our area want this, their subsidised drinks won't end because the taxpayer will foot that bill. So, in conclusion, all I've got to say is that I think I would have agreed with more review of this policy. I would have voted for that. But I think we have to accept that this doesn't work. It doesn't address alcoholism. It doesn't even partly address it. All we're doing is hiking up the price and making it more likely that a black market will appear, that people will get bootlegged spirits, what are not regulated by the government, by the way, which are regulated by someone's back garden. Because that's where they brew this stuff. It'll probably be in someone's back garden. And it has, and for me, it had to address that one thing. Does it solve the addiction problem? And will it even deter it? It won't. It won't do that. So I will urge colleagues to reject it at this current form. I would have accepted a review on it, like my Liberal Democrat colleagues did at conference. I even voted for that because we need more evidence to know this kind of policy works. At the moment, there isn't sufficient evidence. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Are you Councillor O'Brien? Councillor Oliver?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor O'Brien's just stolen my speech, but it's a compliment, of course. Mr. Mayor, I will also personally be voting against the motion, and as Councillor O'Brien has said, if the motion had been a little bit softer, I might have been persuaded to vote for it on the basis of a review, but not, I'm afraid, on the basis of what is actually the wording in here to urge the government to introduce it without delay. Essentially, I feel it is a policy that may have merit, but it is too early to tell. There has been some evidence from Scotland that has been positive, but the main document that I read in preparation for this was the House of Commons briefing paper on it, and the main points that made was the benefits from Scotland have actually been relatively small, and they have to be looked at in the context of all the other factors that lead people to drink excessive alcohol, those individual, cultural, situational and social factors. To isolate it is very, very difficult. The House of Commons Health Select Committee also looked at the matter and of course took on a large amount of evidence, and in the end of the day they said they felt there was actually very little evidence that it should be introduced and it would actually work. However, having said that, I'm not a no, I'm a it's too early to tell. As often with many policies that we look at, they have evidence from abroad. I think Saskatchewan was the state in Canada where I know the Liberals are very fond of Justin Trudeau, big poster in their room of him, but Canada's not the same as the UK, certainly not the same as Scotland in every way, so it is difficult when the evidence is not UK-based to take it on board. But my concerns actually are the same as Councillor O'Brien's concerns, that, you know, will it actually work? Will 50 pence actually be enough to stop people drinking? Because a lot of the problem drinking, maybe not the bulk of it, but a lot of the problem drinking is actually among the middle class, who of course can afford it, can afford to pay more. Will this not end up as, in fact, a tax on the poor? What will happen to them? For 50 pence, will they stop drinking? Or actually, will they move on to other things? I think I certainly read an article that in Scotland there is some evidence of people moving on to drugs because they can't afford alcohol, or actually being put under financial pressure because they're not going to stop drinking. Maybe they're addicted to it, but they have to continue buying it. So those are the concerns that I have with it. So on that basis, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to vote against the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Oliver. Councillor Johnston?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting the motion this evening, as in the Coalfields, both Houghton and Coptill wards are in the top 4 for under 18 alcohol-specific emergency hospital admissions every year. We've also seen a rise in crime and social behaviour in the Coalfields, which residents raise with me on a regular basis in confidence. In the city, the cost of alcohol harm for crime and disorder is nearly £34 million a year, or £403 per head overall, when you're taking the costs of the NHS and the social care as well. We must look at tackling the root causes of antisocial behaviour and crime by implementing minimum unit pricing as soon as possible. This is the only way to address one of the root causes of alcohol in the city, and we need to start thinking bigger than simply shouting for more CCTV. Simple solutions to complex issues that we are facing in our communities is simply gesture politics, and it will never work. As a council, we're dealing with the root causes to the best of our ability, but government needs to step in and accept that minimum unit price level can save lives, cut crime, save money, reduce pressure on our overstretched NHS services, including the police. Alcohol impacts on every element of our lives, and in the Coptill ward recently I've seen myself during ward walkabouts and meetings with residents regarding crime, seeing the empty properties that have been broken into and dismantled, and the alcohol consumption on our streets, but also the tragic of seeing children grow up in those areas with all this going on around them. This can only be tackled through a multi-agency approach, and our desired outcomes can only be achieved when those partner agencies are working together without their hands tied behind their backs. This government needs to stand up and take responsibility for the cuts to all the local services which are putting together to address the alcohol issues within a city, and accept responsibility for implementing the minimum unit pricing, as well as reinstating the budgets to our police and our National Health Service that's much needed. Within the Housing Regeneration Portfolio, myself and Councillor Atkinson are doing our part by working within the Housing Delivery Investment Plan to support the most vulnerable people to have a home and a decent standard of living, by bringing empty properties back into use and providing affordable homes, including bungalows, and further support and accommodation for those who most need it. By supporting this motion tonight, we can contribute to people living healthier, longer lives without fear of crime. I hope all in the chamber will support the motion this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Buick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In relation to this motion, obviously there's been good points from both sides, but you would think if you introduce a minimum unit and all alcohol problems would be solved. I think we all know that's not going to be the case. As stated by Councillor O'Brien, putting prices up aren't going to stop alcoholics from abusing the bodies with alcohol and the consequences that come with it. There's been various reports about the cost of alcohol misuse in England, obviously which stated before, which I'll not go over, because everybody will probably read the same reports or have the same facts and figures. I would just like to say it costs billions a year to our country. These are massive amounts of money because of alcohol misuse, which should not be acceptable in our society, and the money could be spent elsewhere on, as previously said, police, NHS, etc. Like I said, I've read some of the reports going. One of the coming from Scotland after it was just introduced, and this was the early stages of Scotland introducing the 50p minimum unit. Since the introduction of the 50p minimum unit price in Scotland in May 2018, it had little effect. This is from a report 3 months after. Obviously, I take on board, there was another report out yesterday which alters it. But at the time, a market research company, Nielsen, reported on the changes of alcohol purchases within a 3-month period following the minimum unit pricing. Implementation compared to the same period in the previous year. The Nielsen report said a 14% increase in the total value of purchases across all alcohol in Scotland obviously increased. This was partly due to the 10% increase on the average price across all alcohol, but it also reported the volume of sales, i.e. the litrage of alcohol, actually went up by 4%. So in the first 3 months of the minimum increase, there was not a drop in the amount of alcohol which was purchased by the people of Scotland. And going on that report NHS Scotland has said their full report won't be available till 2023. So we'll not know the true facts and figures until that date. As previously said, certain reports recommended setting a minimum price of 50p per unit. The report argued, as previously said, would target harmful binge drinking while leaving the moderate drinker unaffected, i.e. going to the pub. It's not going to affect them that much, but it will at some point. You could input the minimum price range, but in my opinion, I think we should continue down the route of banning alcohol sales below the cost the retailer can obtain it in the first place, rather than introducing a minimum unit. This will stop the worst instances of deep discounting, which result in alcohol being sold cheaply and harmfully amongst many supermarkets and pubs within the club, within the town centre. It is the binge drinking culture we need to address. That in turn will assist the problems currently associated with the cost of alcohol misuse in England. I personally, I don't know about my 2 colleagues here, will be voting against this motion in its current form. As I previously said, I think it will be just increase the price for the people who can't really afford it, and the big companies and government will gain the profits from it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Where to start? I've just got to endorse the comments from my colleague, Councillor Bewick, Councillors O'Brien and Councillor Oliver. There's no doubt at all that alcohol consumption is on the rise. The rise in alcohol consumption and alcohol-related harms in the UK in recent decades has gone hand in hand with the increasing affordability of alcoholic beverages. The World Health Organisation states that alcohol consumption contributes to 3 million deaths each year globally, as well as to the disabilities and poor health of millions of people. Overall, harmful use of alcohol is responsible for 5.1% of the global burden of disease. There's no doubt that alcohol is one of the key drivers of health inequalities and causes of premature death in the city. And it is clear that minimum unit price can have a positive impact on alcohol-related deaths and crimes and can contribute to the reduction of health inequalities. However, minimum unit price is not the only way of, in effect, increasing the price per unit of alcohol. After many years of campaigning and a 5-year-long legal battle, Scotland introduced a minimum unit price of 50 pence per unit, which my colleagues are talking about, in May 2018. And yes, there's been reports, but however, it's still too early to tell if it's working. In my opinion, the jury's still out, because you can't balance one with the other that soon. Low prices of alcohol leads to increased consumption. We know that's a fact. It's also known that the heaviest drinkers choose the cheapest and strongest products, as my colleague has pointed out. Given the widespread abuse and social costs associated with the consumption of cheap alcohol, it makes sense that the price should be raised. And if so, we should see a significant reduction in some alcohol-related problems. Mr. Mayor, it is favourable that this council would drive to reduce alcohol consumption with the introduction of a minimum unit price, but it's also true that this intervention would target the most vulnerable members of our city and those on the lowest incomes. The minimum price is highly regressive. That is, it's taking a proportionally greater amount from those on lower incomes, possibly reducing living standards for those in this group and affecting them the most. There are many other things that need to be done to address problems related to alcohol, as Councillor O'Brien has pointed out. Perhaps reforming the system of alcohol taxation could do a better job of reducing the alcohol consumption of heavy drinkers. In this case, the increased price paid by consumers would go to the government in the form of additional tax revenue. The tax revenue raised could then be used to fund the cost of treating alcohol-related disease and to provide better prevention support. In contrast, the increase in price resulting from a minimum unit price would just profit large retailers off sales where 3 out of 4 units of alcohol are sold, and alcohol producers. Revenues that could in turn be used by them to increase advertising of alcohol products, which is in effect defeating the object. Reforming how we tax alcohol could provide a better route to reducing harmful drinking than the introduction of a minimum price. It could reduce the alcohol purchases of heavy drinkers by more, have less impact on moderate drinkers, and raise additional useful revenue for the government. In contrast, a minimum unit price would be well less targeted than the tax reform, reduce tax revenues and increase the revenues of alcohol retailers and manufacturers. In comment to Councillor Johnson's debate, he's mentioning this discussion of minimum unit price that, I think he's gone actually, but associating all antisocial behaviour with alcohol abuse, and that's clearly not true, because this is a debate about minimum unit price, and antisocial behaviour isn't always related to that. So, in summary, whilst I agree with the Council that increasing alcohol price would have a positive impact on the health of our city, I would instead call on the government to reform taxation on alcohol rather than to introduce minimum unit pricing. Therefore, I cannot support this motion as it stands. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Councillor Blackett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Battles over alcohol have loomed large in Sunderland's political history, with council elections in the 1870s seeing contests between temperance candidates and those with the backing of the drinks trade. This motion tonight represents another example of this, an attack on the people of Sunderland's right to enjoy a good drink, be it Double Maxim or Frosty Jacks. If minimum unit pricing was brought in, may not even stop there. The groups pushing for it may push for the minimum price to be increased higher and higher as part of some almost puritanical crusade against drink. Now, at many meetings, we often see my side of the chamber attacked for supposedly being responsible for making it hard for people to make ends meet. So I admit I am surprised tonight to see the Labour group, often behind a lot of these attacks, to be pushing a policy that would hit the poorest hardest. I would warn them to reconsider, as they themselves may need a stiff drink come the 7th of May. Thank you.
You, Councillor Blackett. Councillor Haskell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My speech has been shot to bits. Everybody else has covered it, but with the Scotland reference around their report, it has initially had an increase in 2018 and an increase in 2019. So I went and had a look at another option, and British Columbia in Canada has had MUP in place for over 20 years. Now, they didn't go for a flat rate of 50 pence, but instead introduced a varying system where they would target certain products with a higher or lower amount depending on what the consumption was and who buy in which groups. And that actually has had a consistent reduction over the 20 years with what would be the equivalent of, say, your white cider here, reducing consumption by about 13.9%. So I'm open to ideas like this, but for me, this particular motion drifts too far from our policy, which is to really consider Scotland. I would like to see them consider others, such as British Columbia. What I think it's also worth mentioning is this is a real-life example that I feel was relevant for me tonight. Was over Christmas, a couple in my ward told us that they'd been out in the shop and bought a bottle of Straw Hat Rosé and they were going to enjoy it together. £3.80 at Tesco, £4 at Morrison's, or £3.50 in HJ's on the terrace if you want a bargain. But they would face a price rise of between £1 and £2.50, depending on the level of the MUP, so 50 pence in this instance. Where a more affluent couple who could purchase, for example, a bottle of Gallo Family White Grenache would pay £5.60 at Morrison's and £6.70 at Tesco, but they would see no price rise. Neither couple are excessively drinking, but the less well-off couple have to pay more, and it just doesn't sit right with me. And along this line, I went digging back through some council papers, the 2017 Adult Lifestyle Audit, which looked at levels of alcohol consumption, and the data I've got on the west with the colour chart for the rest of the city. And the detail says that Hallion actually has the lowest level of alcohol consumption, both at basic drinking level, exceeding safe levels, and excessive drinking and heavy drinking. And actually, the ward that had the biggest problem in the west of Sunderland is St Chad's, and it would be significantly more affluent than my own ward. So for me, the evidence just doesn't quite stack up that it wouldn't be an aggressive issue for people who could afford it. So with that in mind, I am going to be voting against the specifics of this motion, but the Liberal Democrat group otherwise will be having a free vote and they feel that they can vote in line with their judgment. Thank you.
Are you, Councillor Haskell? Councillor Williams, I believe you reserve the right to speak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm sorry for my disrespect earlier. I was trying to make sure the iPad was working instead of trying to be good anyway. So, I'd like to second the notice of motion and speak to you about the blight misuse and alcohol can have in our community. I'm bitterly disappointed with some of the comments from opposition members, and I'm sure Councillor Checker will address them in a right to reply. In our part of the country, we do recognise severe health inequalities arising from poverty, poor housing, obesity, misuse of drugs, and yes, misuse of alcohol. Alcohol is often seen as a social activity. After all, many of us enjoy a drink, me included. The difficulty is for those who can't stop. Pubs actively promote drinking and offer indulgence by happy hours, 2 for 1, and Spin the Wheel, which I came across recently on a night out with some friends. Went to the bar, ordered a large glass of wine, and then the barman said, "Oh, you've won another one?" So I'm toddling back to my seat with 2 large glasses of wine, which lasted me all night. Many people relax with a glass of something on an evening after a hard day, all very civilised. It only does become an issue when that one you might have to relax goes into many, it goes into every night, and you can't sleep, you can't get up, you can't drive, there's all those things around it. There is government guidance out there, but the measures many people manage to not get right. The very small measures. Sadly, it's not limited to adults. Children, many, starting as young as 8 or 9, will dabble. So by the time they're teenagers, they are very much addicted. Parents, I find, will often buy the drink to keep the children happy and get them out of the house, and not have them hanging around shops asking for someone to buy it, or taking the risk of just being refused. I was recently talking to a resident who lit picks regularly, and she was delighted about the thought of this coming in because she felt this strategy will reduce the number of cans and bottles she'd have to pick up. Within the whole of alcohol, there's a market for cheap booze. Such of these products can lead to blindness, vomiting, kidney and liver damage, because there's no guarantee of the quality or even what's in it. Alcoholism is a disease, and often a person is in too deep before you realise. I hope that we all keep an eye on our friends and family and do what we can to keep them safe. Recently, Paul Gascoigne has been on TV, and we know his well-documented battle with alcohol. He's had pellets sewn into his stomach at the cost of £20,000. He still seems to think he can have an odd drink. I honestly believe that's no longer possible for him. He didn't even need to go out of the country. The NHS prescribe a number of similar products. The one I'm familiar with is something called Antabuse. If you drink it, you vomit. That's quite a deterrent. In my own family, I've seen abuse lead to death. In 1980, my dad died aged 43. He was a 10 pints a night sort of guy. In 2010, my husband died aged 51. He was a half a bottle of whiskey type of guy. Both were very sociable, and very few people realised what was happening. In my view, nothing's changed over those 40 years, and we need to have a range of tools to eradicate the problem. Minimum unit pricing is one tool, and we should use this alongside others out there to engage this wide-ranging group who take no account of gender, race, religion, age or social groupings. I can relate to Councillor O'Brien's comments about his dad being an alcoholic and that they will do anything for alcohol. We've got to start somewhere. It's got to be in there. After my husband died, I was looking through some bank statements and noticed something on there saying dial a drink. I hadn't realised that this company are out there who will deliver anything, anywhere, anytime. I was unaware of that because he wasn't living in the family home at the time. There are lots of ways for people to get what they want. So I'd like to finish with a quote which rings true to myself and my family. Alcoholism, the disease that makes you too selfish to see the havoc you created and makes you no longer care about the people you shatter. Mr. Mayor, I fully support the notice of motion and respectfully ask colleagues to support too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Checker, I believe you have the right to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to thank all of my colleagues in the Chamber for their contribution this evening. I particularly want to thank those that have opened and shared their personal stories. I think that that's a very brave thing to do, and I admire everybody that's done that this evening, so thank you very much. Councillor O'Brien, as I said, I fully commend your comments this evening. Thank you for sharing them. I have to say that the impact of minimum unit pricing, the target audience of minimum unit pricing, is not dependent drinkers. Most heavy drinkers are not dependent drinkers, and the minimum unit pricing is targeted at the heaviest drinkers who consume the cheapest, strongest alcohol. So, I completely understand your point of view. However, minimum unit pricing is targeted not at that group of people. I'm happy to have a further conversation in relation to your story, because I'd very much like to do that. Councillor Oliver, I'm surprised to hear the level of disagreement from your side. One, I'm quite concerned you state that the motion isn't soft enough for you. That sounds to me like an attempt to kick it into the long grass. It's not something that I've heard before, not something I haven't heard before, particularly with the full year of evidence coming out of Scotland. This isn't the first time that minimum unit pricing has been debated here in this chamber. Some people will have been around in 2011 when this was first brought into this very council chamber here. It was brought by the Conservatives, and this council voted cross-party when Lee Martin was the leader of the Conservatives to support this, a cross-party agreement within this chamber. Unfortunately, David Cameron then buckled to the alcohol lobby and did not bring that bill forward. But Councillor Oliver, you were a member of this council at that time when the minimum unit pricing was approved in this council. So I would like to ask you, what's changed in that time? I would suspect, is it that your group has changed their politics and maybe lurched more to the right? I'll leave that one open to members around the chamber. In relation to people, you mentioned that you had a concern about minimum unit pricing pushing people away from alcohol, perhaps into illicit drugs. And the research says there are a range of things that dependent drinkers do, both good and bad. But generalisations like that cannot be made, and much of the harm caused by alcohol is not done by dependent drinkers, and this minimum unit pricing would be a key measure in preventing future lives being ruined by addiction to alcohol. If people turn to crime and drugs in Canada, where they had a version of minimum unit pricing, it's only been done on a very small scale, and there's as yet no evidence that this has happened in Scotland. Councillor Buick, again, I'm not sure, he's not here. I'm not sure why opposition parties did not amend this motion when it first came in, but I will reinforce the point that I did not state that this was single-handedly going to solve the world. I actually said this is not a magic bullet. And Councillor Mann, thank you for reinforcing the point that alcohol harms have risen in line with increased availability and affordability. That was what I said in this speech. I value your opinion, although, as you said, in your opinion, the jury is still out. Thank you for that. I will, however, take the opinion of NHS Institute of Health Research, Sheffield University, the Institute of Alcohol Studies, NHS Scotland, and Public Health in England's opinions. I do value those more. Apologies for that. Questioning Councillor Johnston, he's not here, but I was here when he made his speech, and he also said this is not a magic bullet. Nobody is claiming that a minimum unit price is going to solve all crimes and all instances of antisocial behaviour. We are looking at one element of a multi-agency approach to something that can only bring positive benefits. Councillor Blackett, I respect your right to have a good drink, as you stated. However, I don't respect that more than I respect the right to save 270 lives. That, to me, is more important this evening, and that is why we are here. And Councillor Haswell, thank you for your contribution. I do appreciate your comparisons to Canada, and whilst it is, you're right, it is a different calculation. It isn't a simple minimum unit pricing. The minimum unit price, the principles of this and the outcomes of this seemed to be comparable, and the evidence suggests that alcohol-related deaths and crimes did go down in Canada. And I think it's important that we remember that Scotland have implemented this, and in the last year have seen alcohol consumption reduced by 3.9% at the same time as ours in England has gone up by 2%. So, as I said, whilst I appreciate people's comments, I feel that by failing to amend the motion to something that is more palatable to yourselves, and therefore wanting to argue down something where the evidence is unequivocal that we cannot argue with 270 deaths being prevented, 415 hospital admissions down in 1 year, and saving the over £1 million in a year as cost to the NHS. There really is no argument for this, and I hope that when we go to the vote, people will have that in their minds when they press that button this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Checker. We'll now have an electronic vote on the motion, please.
Mr Mayor, there are 40 votes in favour, 1 abstention, 18 votes against, and therefore the motion is carried.
Now we're going to move on to the notice of motion, which is on the subject of moving the city forward after the general election. I will call upon Councillor Oliver to remove the motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The motion reads, this council notes the result of the general election in the 3 Sunderland constituencies and pledges to make the most of every opportunity to move the city forward under the Conservative government.
Thank you, Councillor Oliver. Councillor Mullen, would you like to second the motion?
I will reserve the right to speak for my
It's working now. Thank you. I will, Mr Mayor, reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
Councillor Oliver, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, the general election has changed the political landscape in the North East and presents an opportunity to move this city forward. Across the region, the red wall fell, and here, in Sunderland, the 3 parliamentary constituencies narrowed to now make them marginal for the first time since the 1960s. Across the country, 1 million Labour voters switched to the Conservatives, with the party's vote share falling by 11 points amongst people who hold traditional working class jobs. The old messages so often used by the Labour Party are wearing thin. Nostalgia about the shipyards and coal mines are not cutting it anymore. In an article on Left Foot Forward, Bridget Phillipson argued that the anti-Tory message that Labour has relied on for some time has now come to the end of its relevance. She said, saying simply, the terrible Tories killed off our industries, don't vote for them again, only ever got us so far. And then she argues that this has now lost relevance to large swathes of the electorate. In fact, most people in this city are no longer voting Labour either at local or parliamentary level. At the last local elections, Labour won only 33% of the vote. But few in the Labour Party are ready to admit that some voters may have looked back at 9 years of Conservative government and approved. Sorry, Mr. Miller, have the Labour Party not seen the results of the general election? Clearly they haven't. They got the worst result in the North East since 1935. I don't want to rub it in too much, but I think some of them need a little bit of a reminder. Unemployment is at a record low. People are moving off benefits and into work. And here, £2 billion of investment was poured into the city since 2010. This is symbolised by the Northern Spire Bridge and the opening of the new medical school in particular. But the impact of the IAM could be very significant indeed. A recent report from the Centre for Economics and Business Research was promoted by the Daily Express under the title Sunderland, the northern city which triggered Brexit, rewarded with economic growth. It says, the IAMP, once complete, is predicted to help attract £295 million in private sector investment to the North East by 2027. The construction of the IAMP will add to the success of the automotive sector, while boosting growth in the construction industry prior to its completion. Now, credit is due to the officers of the Council who have helped make this happen. But the political point that has to be made is that these great leaps forward did not happen before 2010. Commenting on the state of city centres in the North East, the Newcastle Central Labour MP, Chion Wura, had an original comment to make. She said that the Labour Party had performed better in Newcastle, comparing, of course, to Sunderland, by saying, we have a thriving economy around education, around digital, we have had investment in the quayside under the last Labour government, we have had a really growing nighttime economy. Conversely, you have to wonder how many people in Sunderland looked at the 20-year-old wasteland at the Vauxhall site under a Labour council, decided this time they wouldn't bother. A comment that is much in evidence in the recently concluded Let's Talk consultation. But moving forward, now with a Conservative majority government, much of it propped up by Northern MPs in seats the party has won for the first time, this is an ideal time for Sunderland to get a boost, preferably before it's all shovelled into Redcar. Unlike many northern seats, this city has shovel-ready opportunities, no disrespect, of course, to Blythe Valley. And of course, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. With the port, the university, the automotive sector, and acres of prime city centre land, Sunderland does present many quick wins for a government wishing to prove its credentials in the north. Moving on, of course, from the disappointment of the failure of devolution south of the Tyne, and the very, very negative attitudes, certainly amongst Gateshead Labour councillors, that we don't work with Tories, therefore we're happy for our constituents to miss out. We need to move on, and it's positive to see that this council has already sent its wish list down to Boris. Perhaps on his way to Blythe Valley, Boris will get stuck on his zip wire and pop in to level us up. We can certainly make the case that the UK is over-centralised in terms of power and funding. To be fair, it has been for a very long time. Today I found out that of EU countries, only Romania is more centralised than the UK. So maybe it's time to send its most famous resident, Count Dracula, down to London to extract some blood on behalf of the regions. Mr. Mayor, Sunderland was the poster city for Brexit. Celebrations or commiserations coming up in 2 days' time. But there is no reason why it cannot also be the poster city for a prosperous post-Brexit. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I understand that the leader wishes to move an amendment. Can you read it out, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The amendment proposes the following changes. After constituencies, add and the returning of 3 Labour members of Parliament, and delete the Conservative government and add working with the government and holding it to account, so that the proposed amended motion reads as follows, Mr. Mayor. This Council notes the result of the general election in the 3 Sunderland constituencies and the returning of 3 Labour members of Parliament, and pledges to make the most of every opportunity to move the city forward, working with the government and holding it to account. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Leader. Cabinet Secretary.
Second the amendment.
Leader, you wish to speak? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's good to see Councillor Oliver born again and actually being positive and supportive about the city. I've never seen so much energy or comment come out of him in the 14 years I've been a councillor. My times do change. Regarding the bridge, Councillor Oliver, I've got to gently point out to you that it was Rosie Winterton, as the Labour Minister, who gave the money for the Spire Bridge, which then the change in government in 2010, the Conservatives took 15 million out of the money, but they gave us what was left. So we got the bridge because of the Labour government, and you gave us, as per usual, an 85% top slice version of it because it was only Sunderland. The fact the city's shovel ready is actually down to this Labour Council. It's down to the work you've been doing. That's why there's so much going on in the city. That's why Boris and his team want to jump on the bandwagon and come here and reap the benefit of Labour councillors' hard work over the last 10, 15 years, because some of this has been in the pipeline for an awful long time. And that old Vox trick, 20 years of inactivity, well, for 10 years a supermarket held it, Councillor Oliver, and we could do nothing about it. And then we spent time persuading the government to give us the site so that we could actually do something with it. And lo and behold, we got it. And what do you know, ladies and gentlemen? We're actually doing something with it. So, Mr. Mayor, I've seen what 10 years of Conservative government has delivered for this city through its deliberate policy of austerity attacking northern cities, while siphoning money from the north to give to Conservative councils in the south. And apparently the fairer funding formula that Boris and his team are bringing forward is still going to do that. So I'm looking forward to how he's going to balance all his promises to the north whilst he's taking money out of the local authorities to give to Hampshire and Surrey. I've seen the increase in food bank usage, fuel and food poverty, children living in poverty, increases in winter deaths from the cold, increases in crime, increases in domestic violence, increasing in waiting times to get urgent hospital treatment, never mind the disgraceful waiting times to be treated at A&E, so bad that the Tories want to cut the targets altogether to hide their failures in the NHS from the public gaze. That is why this Labour Council has taken ownership of its own situation and its own structural problems and is moving the city forward by its own efforts, its own strength of arm and its own creative vision. When you look at our development plans that are in train and ongoing, all of which the Conservative Party would like to hijack down the line because of the government need to live up to promises made that they're going to find very difficult to live up to. When you look at the Vox development, what's going on with the Beam, with the Caddo, with LNG's investment into Sunderland, which will give us 300,000 square feet of Grade A office space and make the capital cost of building City Hall, which we've covered earlier tonight, zero to the council. When you look at City Hall now actually being built, when you look at the public sector hub that's going to come out of the ground there, with the council, Gen 2, Department for Work and Pensions, Together for Children, the Coroner's Court, the Registrar's Office, all under one roof. When you look at what this council's already done down on Seaburn and Roker with the Stack development going on and the In Collection Group Hotel going up beside it, when you see the beautiful Spire Bridge opened up in the summer of 2018, which is linking our strategic transport corridor together across the river, enabling greater east-west movement, helping to link Nissan and IAMP to the port in Sunderland. All of that's because of Labour councillors and officers in the city acting as a Labour council to deliver what this city needs, because we've had 10 years of austerity and we've had absolutely nothing from your government except 315 million taken out of our revenue budget so that we have children in poverty and we have people dying because they can't afford to eat and heat their properties, and an increase in domestic violence and crime and everything else. When you look at Nissan building the Qashqai and the Duke and the Leaf, when you look at IAMP, when you look at our advanced manufacturing park and you see factories going up in support of Nissan, the Snot factory, and you see our new Sunderland Centre for Innovation nearing completion with 2 universities involved in it, that's down to us on this side of this chamber, because you lot, none of you supported it.
That's right.
None of you supported it. All you've ever done here is be critical and negative of what we're trying to do to bring Sunderland into the 21st century, as I keep saying, the best medium-sized city in England. So I need you lot to get on board and stop playing politics with this. When you look at our new adopted core strategy, which is going to take us through to 2033, showing Sunderland's preparedness for the next 13 years, and you link it to our city plan, and you see the vision that we have for the city, you see the vision we have for the city, linking it to being carbon neutral by 2030, having the greatest green credentials, having the first operational city centre 5G network in the UK, which absolutely staggered Legal in General, who did not think anybody could get something done that quickly in any city in the UK. And Sunderland has it. We've got it operational and working now, so that institutional investors can come here and see the benefits of having that 5G network. And I have to pay tribute to the chief executive and his team for getting that done before Christmas of last year, when nobody thought it was achievable. So there we've got all that going on, making us more attractive to investment. And you see our cultural offer. You see that the auditorium being built out, so that our music, arts and cultural quarter adds another venue into what we're trying to do beside the Empire, beside that area of the city, to attract more people to come and spend their leisure time. When you see our commitment to improving public health in Sunderland, with the opening of our 3 football hubs across the city, when you look at that £18 million investment, which is the biggest the FA and Sport England have done in England, and it's Sunderland that got it, because we went and asked for it. We gave them the evidence, and we showed them that we deserve better, our residents deserve better, and it was us that got it on this side of the chamber, because I cannot remember a single positive thing being said over there about saying, yeah, that's a good idea, Labour councillors, but can you just hold on to that until Boris Johnson needs it as a good news story? Our thriving college bursting at the seams on Park Lane, because the college is incredibly successful going forward. And you look at our highly regarded university and medical school that we now have, and the list goes on and on and on. And I won't even go to where we're going with railway station, what we do at Homeside, what we're doing at Mackie's Corner, what we're going to do at Sunnyside, what we're doing across in Washington, what we're going to do in the coalfields. Because when you look at the city plan and you look at the core strategy, you see the work that we're putting in. Now, moving on. Mr. Mayor, this city will continue to move forward under its own power, because it cannot and will not rely on a Tory government to help it at all, as it has always done, looking to be acknowledged as the best. If the government can help, that is genuinely great. At the end of the day, it will make a pleasant change. And I have to tell you, I will frame the letter that gives us anything. Because all we've ever had is a deficit budget with the Tories. If the government can help, that's great, but I'll wait to see what transpires from Boris Johnson and his government. We have always worked well with the government of the day in this city. We've worked with Theresa May's government, David Cameron's government, the coalition for 5 years, the Labour, on and on it goes. You have to work with the government of the day. That is just being a grown-up. And I am sure that this will not change. And given that the Conservatives' pledges and their spending commitments, and Boris Johnson's commitments to the North, we will hold them to account on this. And this is why we've amended the notice of motion. Because we need to work with the government, and we need to hold them to account on what they've said they're going to do for northern voters who lent their vote to the Conservatives to get Brexit done. And that's what the general election in December was about. But this side of the chamber will continue to work to ensure that Sunderland, by its own efforts, continues to be successful with or without the government, because we've had to do it. We're confident and capable of doing it. And that £2 billion investment that was mentioned came from us. It was us going and getting it. The government didn't give Legal in General a bump on the elbow and say, go and spend 120 million in Sunderland. That was us employing the right person to go and find an institutional investor and painting the picture of what capability Sunderland had, Come and work with us. Come and see how good Sunderland people are. Look at our workforce are brilliant. The Nissan workforce is brilliant. Sunderland people are hardworking.
Mr. Mayor, can I move an extension for the leader to conclude his remarks?
Can I second that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I do appreciate that I've slightly overrun. So, the amended motion was all about making sure that, yes, we've had a general election, yes, the Conservative government won with a mandate to get delivered of Brexit, and that has to be accepted. I'm not denying any of that. And yes, you have to look at the landscape around you, but at the end of the day, we are where we are because of our hard work, not because of anybody else doing it for us, because if we hadn't done it, we would have nothing. And I think that is the strength on this side of the chamber going forward, because we can put forward our message and show what we've done, show what we're doing. And if I can work with a Conservative government and they can commit to giving me what we need to support what we have in place through our plan and our strategy going forward, I will happily do so. But it has to be acknowledged that we will hold them to account. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Cabinet Secretary, will you make a speech now, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the original motion, Mr. Mayor, has a number of flaws within it, and I think the proposed amendments are attempting to correct that, Mr. Mayor. And the first one is in relation to noting the general election. We felt it's important to, yes, note the fact that Boris won the national election on Get Brexit Done. It was a good slogan, and people voted for that, let's be honest. But equally, I think we need to remind ourselves that the voters in Sunderland voted again to return 3 Labour members of Parliament, and I therefore like to start by congratulating Sharon Hodgson, Richard Phillipson and Julie Elliott on their success, and thank the electorate once again for placing their trust in Sunderland Labour. After all, we did win in Sunderland. As a council, I'm sure we'll be looking forward to continue to work with them in coming years to support our local communities. And I think it was important to get that on record, Mr. Mayor. Another area that I felt that needed to be amended under the original motion, Mr. Mayor, is that the issue of requiring amendment in the... I'll start again. No. Yes, it's the issue of being dependent upon our forward thinking being dependent upon working under a Conservative government, and I felt that it was inappropriate that we should be seen as individuals who are working under anybody. Mr. Mayor, the last time I checked, Boris hadn't been crowned the King of England, so I'm not his subject, at least not yet. Therefore, I feel that I have no intention of working under him or his or any other government, and I'm quite happy to work with him and with his government. Though it is helpful to work with the government, and I'm sure we'll attempt to do so, I think we also have the confidence, and I think the majority of the leader's speech referenced that, we now have the confidence as a city to move forward despite the damaging actions of central government. And our recent significant developments in the Volk site clearly show that we can move the city forward by ourselves without the central government if need be. And I think that again is something that we need to note. It does make a difference though. I think working with the government clearly has its advantages. And again, we're not suggesting that we should not work with Boris Johnson and his government, but the issue is that if you're working with somebody, they need to work with you as well. And I think the jury's out on that. Mr. Mayor, I've been a councillor here since 1990, and sadly, most of my experience over that time working with governments is that working with them is the exception to the rule. At most, sadly, more often than not, though not with all governments, they've simply ignored Sunderland and simply ignored the North East. And the best way to describe this is, my background is working in schools, and the best way of expressing this is through education and the impact of government action in Sunderland. Mr Mayor, if we go back to my early days as a councillor, and I call this the major years, it was characterised by leaking roofs in schools, schools having to share textbooks, and local communities having to fundraise for crucial repairs because the government of the day would not work with us. Sunderland wanted to work with the government, but when knocked on the door, Mr Mayor, it remained closed. We then go to the Brown and Blair years. I was looking last night at some of my old documents and looking at the number of Sure Start projects that had such an impact on early years in this city, and again something that we need to remember. That was Sunderland working with the government on a project like that. But I was also trying to count the number of new schools built during those years, and I gave up at 20 new schools during that period, again showing what can happen when a city works with a government. And then we come to the Cameron and Clegg stroke May years. I think once again Sunderland has always been open to working with government, but all too often that door has remained closed. That they've actively worked against communities that we represent, and I think I would include all 25 wards in that, whether it be the unholy universal credit or the hostile environment against those amongst us who might be a little different. In time since 2010, Cameron, Clegg and May should be remembered, in my own personal opinion, for two despicable outcomes, though I'm sure my colleagues might have more. That's through their actions of normalising homelessness, which prior to 2010 in this city was almost unheard of, and normalising the issue of growth of food banks. Again, prior to 2010 was almost unheard of. This brings me to the third important change in the motion, and that is about holding the government to account for its actions. Boris made a number of promises during the general election. Indeed, I'm not quite sure whether he or Jeremy actually won that particular contest in relation to the amount of money that they were promising to spend. It would appear that we all now have magic money trees in our own back gardens, and clearly we're awash of it. Mr Mayor, I feel three key areas that I feel we should hold the new administration of Boris Johnson and his government under account. The first is, I believe, is child poverty. In 2010, this country, indeed Sunderland, was on track to abolish child poverty by 2020. Sadly, successful Tory Liberal coalitions, because they need to take responsibility as well, and other governments have failed our children, Mr Mayor, with around 1/3 of the children in this city remaining in poverty. And the government reaction to this was simply to abolish the target and hope it goes away. Well, I believe it's not going to go away, and I think Boris will be judged, and I feel he should be judged on the impact he has on real lives in our community and the levels of poverty that this government creates. The second area I feel that we should ensure that Boris and his government are tasked to resolve is the issue of poverty pay, Mr Mayor. Sadly, in Sunderland, around 20% of our workforce is still on poverty pay rates, and that is not me saying that, but the Office of National Statistics. This should be no surprise considering zero-hour contracts are around 1 in 10 of the workforce in Sunderland, on average being paid around 1/3 less than other workers in the city. Again, Boris and his government must be judged on their actions moving forward with regards to working families and getting them out of poverty, which sadly, the previous 10 years, they've failed to do. The third point, surprisingly, is council funding. Mr Mayor, the proposed revenue budget for 2021, though we're still waiting details, will be the first under Boris. And the initial impression is that there has not been a real terms cut in funding. Being thankful that your budget is not being cut, Mr Mayor, is a sad reflection on a council that's lost over £300 million since 2010. To be thankful that the budget is not going to be cut is a sorry state of affairs, Mr Mayor. I am pragmatic enough to work with just about everyone to support our local communities. And yes, we need to offer to work with the new government, and this revised motion confirms that we will. However, it will again be whether this working is an exception, and there will be exceptions that come along over the next 5 years, or whether it's going to be the normal routine of the government to work with cities like Sunderland, and again, the jury is out on that. Mr Mayor, a further opportunity to see if Boris is going to be any different to his previous Conservative Prime Ministers is coming through the early consultation on the new fair funding review for local government. Specifically, the information coming out at the moment with regards to adult social care elements that currently suggests that in 2021 our funding will once again be cut by around £7 million to help support hard-pressed population of Surrey, where it's proposed to increase that by £35 million. But this is just one area. This is just one area of the funding with regards to the fair funding proposals. But if the final outcome of that review is that once again there's a move of resources from the north to the south, to the leafy counties, then it'll be once again an example of how governments... I'm nearly finished anyway. 30 seconds, Mr Mayor. It'll be yet another example of another Conservative Prime Minister who has promised the earth to the voters, and once the voters have voted them in, have failed them miserably. Mr Mayor, Boris Johnson has an opportunity. I suspect what we'll see is, once again, and dare I say it, now that he's in power, we'll see the usual two fingers up at the people who have recently voted for him. Mr Mayor, I'll just conclude by saying I think Sunderland, we want to work with him, we want to work with Boris. The issue is whether he is prepared to work with us. Only time will tell. I would urge everybody to agree with the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. Under Section 1, Council Rules of Procedure, Rule 12, motions without notice, Section 12N. We've now been going for 3 and nearly 15 minutes. Can I propose that we adjourn tonight's meeting for 20 minutes to give the staff who have been unable to leave the chamber a rest break and reconvene at 7:30?
Please proceed. So if we carry on with the second motion, does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment?
Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Mullen. Mr Mayor, the speeches on the amendment are Councillor D. Wilson, Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Mullen and Councillor Haswell, and Councillor Oliver has the right of reply on the amendment.
Councillor Denny Wilson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just in case you're getting a complex, I don't know if you've noticed, but twice you've come, we've all been talking and laughing, and you've walked in the room, it's gone quiet. It's no personal, it's just... Yeah. Robert, I can't believe Councillor Oliver wrote this. What a one quote. Did you get Councillor O'Brien's reading like that? Really, Robert. The Tory government, austerity wasn't even heard of till years invented it. He's done it deliberately.
1945, exactly.
Brought it on.
You liar.
Councillor O'Brien, can you retract that, please?
I retract it.
Right, okay. Carry on, Councillor Wilson.
I was lying up with all that little break. So, Robert, you brought this, and honestly, at the end, I'm waiting for you when you say you've been at the end, because you must have a plan for the way forward. Because for years I've come here, I've sat at meetings with Tories and that, you have never ever come up with one idea. You sit and criticise, you use the council meetings to grab a headline and criticise. Business people, when want to invest in Sunderland, read the local papers, and they get negativity all the time from the Tories. While I remember, just to have a little pop with my own leader, when he read the big long list out of everything the people worked really hard for, he didn't mention Hilton Castle. Right? People didn't get out of the government, people worked really hard to get that. And the pontoon we're getting. So, Robert, I really cannot wait. I'll keep this really brief. You must have a plan, otherwise you wouldn't have been that daft to write this.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep it brief as well. I'd like to congratulate Councillor Wood on his earlier, more humorous question. But I'm a bit disappointed in Councillor Oliver with this one. It's given the meetings, Tory, Labour, chance to bicker. People are bored with this from politics. Let's start moving forward. We're all a bit guilty of it, but there is 5 parties in here. Let's take the Conservative word out. Let's take the Labour part out and leave it to council and government. I think let's recognise we've got 3 MPs. Let's have the council working with the MPs and the government, whoever it is. Let's work together, get things done, make something better. I appreciate the things we're moving forward on, and it's great, but these have had a part in that as well, whether it's been on committees or whatever. So yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Point made, I think.
Councillor Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Conservative group will accept the amendment, and I'd like to offer a slightly different perspective on the themes of the motion, rather than thinking about the implications of the election result and how we move Sunderland forward in strictly economic terms. I'd like to think about what the electorate wants from those elected locally in terms of trust and character, and I think that some of you might like what I'm going to come on to say, particularly you, Mr. Mayor. Members, I'm sure, will already be familiar with Francis Fukuyama's recent work, in which he talks about how voters' needs cannot be met with economic solutions alone, and that they have to feel part of a community and a nation which is inclusive of them. And in doing so, he says that one of the main things that voters want, beside economic solutions to their problems, is to feel a sense of dignity and to feel respected. The 2019 general election outcome across the country, in the North East and in Sunderland, emphasises that when voters don't properly feel represented, when they feel their elected representatives might be liars, or when they get the impression they're not afforded dignity, they rebel against them. And the Conservative Party gained seats simply because the Labour Party made explicit its unwillingness to give so many of the voters what it had asked for over Brexit. It's unfortunate to have to admit that last May, Graham was right. The instruction to leave the EU was clear, but too many MPs refused to respect that decision, and their calls for a second referendum, ostensibly just to check that their constituents still wanted to leave, were seen for what they actually were, efforts to stop the majority getting what they had asked for legitimately. And when you turn around to voters and you tell them that their opinion doesn't matter, or that you deceive them to the extent that their trust in you erodes. The consequence is a loss of dignity, and their sense is that they don't fully belong to a community because they aren't significant enough to matter. And aside from just over Brexit, that goes for claiming that you will only tax the highest earners when your manifesto clearly shows you would tax lower earners. And on our side, it also goes for pretending that a party political Twitter account is in fact an independent fact checker. Those things are wrong. All parties have been guilty of attempting to deceive voters at a time when they're crying out for honesty and frankness and to be represented by people who are more like them. And despite a large Conservative majority, I think we should all be concerned, even those of us on the winning side, about what happens when the natural instinct of large numbers of people is to distrust all of their elected representatives. That isn't just a problem for national politicians either, it's one for us locally as well. And Councillor Wilson's question earlier, Councillor Lawson's speech both indicated different aspects of that. So we locally need to help to re-establish trust in political figures and honesty in politics, because the general election result in Sunderland, like elsewhere, shows that that is breaking down. And I'd just like to continue with this theme of honesty and trust, Mr. Mayor, and share with you a story which is, if you like, a bit of a case study. Just before Christmas, I received a press release from the Chronicle, and in that press release, there was a call for me to resign from the Planning and Highways Committee, the reason being that I had parked my car on the double yellow lines at the entrance to the South Bents estate, and then, according to this press release, I emerged from my car and happened upon a member of the public with whom I had a fight, and in which I identified myself as a member of Planning and Highways. You can imagine my surprise, Mr. Mayor, given that I don't drive or own a car. The press release in question was from Malcolm Bond, the Liberal Democrat candidate for Folwell. Now, Mr. Mayor, if I was a bit cynical about this, I might suggest that Malcolm Bond had a vested interest in telling this lie about me parking a car I don't own on his estate and asking me to resign from Planning and Highways ahead of the recent Miller Homes development meeting, which affected an area adjacent to his own house. If I was cynical, I might also point out that in 2018, the same individual accused Councillor Howe of voting in favour of a similarly controversial development in Folwell, despite George not actually being on the Planning and Highways Committee which decided it. If I was particularly cruel, I might suggest that our former chairman, Graham Hall, received notification that he'd received a written warning from the police for doing this. So I clarified this with the journalist, Mr. Mayor. I said that I don't own a car, I haven't driven that car, and the report of me driving it was incorrect.
It was a bit, it had both Conservative.
Can I
wasn't driving it.
Councillor O'Brien, can you keep quiet, please? I'm trying to listen to the Councillor who must have
So the press release in the end wasn't published, there was no article came off the back of that, but nonetheless this really gets to the heart of what I was saying about trust and honesty. It's perfectly fine for us as political parties to hold one another accountable, but some of the Lib Dems, and I really emphasise that, I just mean some of them, not all of them, I like some of them, seem to think that they can hold the rest of us to a higher moral standard while failing to live up to even a basic level of decency. Where do we draw the line? What would have been the consequence if I had put out a leaflet saying, well, yes, that was my car, but this person's a paedophile, it's a murderer? Where do we draw the line with the lies that were terrible? I agree with the sentiment of the Empire Tickets motion that is coming up, but taking free tickets that are legitimately available doesn't even compare with the immorality of falsely accusing somebody of breaking the law, running to the press without even having established what you're saying is true, and then refusing to retract it. If Sunderland is to move forward after the 2019 general election, Mr Mayor, we must all play a part in establishing trust between voters and ourselves, and our first step in doing that should be to reject the lies of people like Malcolm Bond, who seek to achieve elected office through deceit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mullen. Councillor Haskell?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The Liberal Democrat will be supporting the amendment. I have got a little couple of notes I was going to add with me, because we do have an amendment to come later on. But a lot of the details being picked up around the LGA's analysis of the fair funding formula take away a further £6.5 million out of Sunderland Council's budget. And we were talking about investment in the north and working with the Conservative government. There are questions to ask around this new announcement of £500 million for the railways. No mention of the Leam sideline or sorting out Sunderland Station. It seems to be going directly to Blythe. Coincidentally, he's elected a Conservative. In terms of the press release, yeah, it was a mistake. I do believe it was a Conservative councillor who owns the car, but yes, it was put out incorrectly. There's an error.
I'll admit it.
So otherwise,
can you just hang on?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, on a point of personal clarification, the car doesn't belong to me, it does belong to a Conservative councillor. It had to be parked there because the Miller Homes developers had dropped rubble across the rest of the road, and the councillor in question was told explicitly to park there by an engineer. Thank you.
Councillor Haskell, can you carry on?
Well, it was on double yellow lines. So yes, we support the motion. The amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haskell. Councillor Oliver, you have the right reply.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. I'll be brief. We have, as Councillor Mullen said, accepted the amendment, but I will make a few comments. Since the general election, the broken record has not stopped spinning. I go to meetings like the Fire Authority, and the Labour councillors say the same thing that they were saying before the general election, which is just being rejected.
Councillor, can you be quiet? Not you. Can you just...
Which is just being rejected by the people. The fear-mongering and the doom and gloom has not got through. People have said no to it. And I think the Labour councillors might have been, to be honest, a little bit embarrassed when there was a report in the Echo saying that there were 7 homeless people in Sunderland, because as tragic as that was, for months before that I was getting Labour supporters giving me the impression that virtually the whole of the city was homeless, and it was quite disgraceful that they used homeless people for their own political purposes and got the facts very, very badly wrong, because it was 7 homeless people in Sunderland, not more than that. Thanks to Councillor Miller for the very long list of achievements that this city has had during the Conservative government since 2010, because, and to answer Councillor Wilson's point, austerity was invented in 2010 when Liam Byrne, when Liam Byrne left a letter saying, sorry, there's no money left. That was when austerity was invented.
Please, can we hear Councillor Oliver?
People have lost out because you spent all the money. But since 2010, things have happened in this city, and I've always said credit where credit's due. There were a number of specific points I was going to address on the theme of working with a Conservative government, how often we say we will, but actually we don't. A good one, Bridget Phillipson was complaining recently that every single school in her constituency is below the standard of good. In Sunderland, the best performing school at Progress 8, which is the best measure of how much progress these pupils are making, is a free school. Sunderland Labour Council opposed the creation of that free school. They said, no, we don't want it in the city. It's the best performing school at Progress 8.
So when we say yes, we'll work with a Conservative government, sometimes they don't, and sometimes they don't do the right thing. And having said that, we're perfectly happy to accept the amendment, so I'll conclude there, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Oliver. We now move forward on the amendment. Do we all agree it? Or agree. So obviously we're going to have a new substantive motion. This council notes the results of the general election in the 3 Sunderland constituencies and the returning of 3 Labour members of Parliament. Pledges to make the most of every opportunity to move the city forward, working with the government and holding it to account. Agreed? Agreed. Councillor Haspel, I understand that you might have a further amendment.
I do, yes, Mr. Mayor. I beg indulgence. I'll make this as quick as possible. So, our amendment is after the last sentence of the existing motion and the amended. The Council furthermore calls on the Government to commit adequate spending for local authorities like Sunderland and reassure the Council and the residents of this city that it will work with and support Council to mitigate any negative impacts of Brexit on the North East. So if amended, the new motion would read: the Council notes the results of the general election in the 3 Sunderland constituencies and the returning of 3 Labour members in Parliament, and pledges to make the most of every opportunity to move the city forward, working with the Government and holding it to account. The Council furthermore calls on the Government to commit adequate spending for local authorities like Sunderland and reassure the Council and the residents of the city that it will work with and support the Council to mitigate any negative impacts of Brexit in the North East. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haspel. Councillor O'Brien, do you wish to second the amendment?
Yes, I second it. I reluctantly second it.
Councillor Haspel, do you want to speak to the amendment?
I'll be very, very quick. I've already covered off the LGA funding, which we've discussed as well. The only other piece I want to mention is that during the election campaign and the referendum, we were repeatedly assured that this region would not suffer negatively under Brexit, and that was the promises made as part of those campaigns. The Centre for Cities has said that Sunderland would be the 2nd most affected city in the UK through a Brexit process, and the government needs to ensure that this is mitigated as far as possible. As a party, we took our position with the people of wanting to stop Brexit and using the beat Brexit as well. We lost. We accept that. We need to move on. However, our position is now the government need to guarantee that this region, as they promised, will not be affected. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I would like some clarification from the City Solicitor here. It's not normally that I disagree with Councillor Haswell when he brings forward things like this, but this to me is not an amendment to the notice of motion. The first notice of motion was about working with the government. The language that we used to justify that is agreed with an amendment. What unfortunately is coming forward here is basically a notice of motion about the outcomes of Brexit. And that is not what the Conservative motion, and I'm sure they'll agree with me on, that is not what their notice of motion was about. And I do think that this should just be said no to, because when you look at the length of it, it's a complete change to what was originally placed, and I'd like the City Solicitor to give you advice on this, Mr. Mayor.
Mr Mayor, through you, it is the Mayor's decision to rule on a point of order, and he has advised that he accepts the point of order and he's not going to allow the amendment to be moved.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Council, does everybody agree the new substantive motion is agreed, as put forward by the We'll now deal with the notice of motion, which is on the subject of Holocaust Memorial Day in Sunderland. I call upon Councillor Oliver to read and move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion reads, 75 years after the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau, this council pays tributes to the residents of the city who have worked for many years to commemorate Holocaust Memorial Day in Sunderland.
Thank you, Councillor Oliver. Councillor Michael Dixon, would you like to second the motion?
I've got a loud enough voice, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to second the motion, and with your permission, I would like to speak straight after Councillor Oliver. Thank you.
Councillor Oliver, would you please speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Holocaust Memorial Day took place on Monday, marking the day in 1945 that Soviet forces liberated Auschwitz-Birkenau, 8 months before the end of the Second World War. When the Soviet forces arrived, most of the camp's prisoners had already been sent out on a death march. Only 7,000 prisoners, including 700 children, were discovered still alive in the abandoned camp. This year is not just the 75th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz, it is also the last major Holocaust anniversary where survivors may be alive to tell their stories. Holocaust Memorial Day is the international day to remember the 6 million Jews murdered during the Holocaust, alongside the millions of other people killed under Nazi persecution, and also in subsequent genocides in Cambodia, Rwanda, Bosnia and Darfur. Mr. Mayor, we held a minute's silence earlier, but if we were to hold a minute's silence for every victim of the Holocaust, we would fall silent for 11.5 years. Holocaust Memorial Day has endeavoured to keep the memory of those who died alive and prevent it ever happening again. In her diary, Anne Frank said, "What is done cannot be undone, but one can prevent it happening again." She goes on to say, "It is a wonder I haven't abandoned all my ideals. They seem so absurd and impractical, yet I cling to them because I still believe, in spite of everything, that people are truly good at heart." Talking about this year's Holocaust Memorial Day, Rabbi Jonathan Sachs has said, "The memory of the evils of the past is the best way of avoiding the evils of the future. We cannot bring the dead back to life, but we can ensure that they did not die in vain. Those who forget may repeat. Those who remember know that we must find another way." Rabbi Sachs goes on to say that the many Holocaust survivors he has met have taught him these lessons. Don't take freedom for granted, cherish it. Don't take prejudice for granted, challenge it. Don't stand by in the face of violence and hate. Defend the defenceless and show them that they are not alone. Evil happens when people let it happen, and our best defence against it is to never forget where evil leads. Mr. Mayor, those are the ideals of Holocaust Memorial Day that so many of residents of Sunderland for so many years have kept alive. Councillor Dixon, who attended the Holocaust Memorial Day service on Monday, will now pay tribute to them.
Thank you, Councillor Oliver. Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This subject is the one that's affected me most of my life. Actually, it's confused me. Even as I approach a certain decade, I still can't really get any satisfaction out of reading the books about it. It's almost inexplicable. So when Councillor Oliver suggested to our group that we would discuss this and introduce it as a motion, it's a great privilege today to be here to talk about it. And I do hope we can come together as a council to approve the motion, and in doing so express our thanks and appreciation for all the input and hard work that is carried out to ensure the Holocaust Day and the days around it become and continue to be very important parts of the calendar of major events in the city. It's already been read out by both Councillor Oliver and the Mayor, Mr Mayor, about what the Holocaust Memorial Day basically wishes to achieve. It wishes to remember people the 6 million Jews who died. Then there's millions of others who opposed the Nazis, the writers, the gay people, the politicians, people from the gypsy community, and many others, and mentally and physically handicapped too. And then we also remember the genocides in Cambodia, Rwanda, Darfur and Bosnia. Now, as mentioned too, this was the 75th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau, the largest Nazi camp, which I actually saw for myself nearly 40 years ago when I visited Poland in the August of 1981. And many in the city subsequently will have been to the camp, especially with easier access to Krakow and through airlines from Newcastle, and that's obviously a good thing. So in the past week or so, pupils and adults in our cities have made every effort to bear witness to the accounts of those who either endured such wickedness and honour the survivors and all those whose lives were changed beyond recognition. So let us today collectively pay tribute to the children and adults in our city who made such a telling contribution to this memorial. For example, it was great to read in the Sunderland Echo that the children from Bexhill Academy, Lambton Primary School, Grangetown Primary School and St Leonard's Primary School have been actively involved in the commemoration of this day and anniversary, when their artwork was shortlisted in an exhibition in London last Monday. And compliments to Councillor Kelly and the library services for commissioning their work alongside MBC Arts Wellbeing and Sunderland Street Forge workshops. So thank you for that, Councillor Kelly, on behalf of the city. And on Monday night at the Holocaust Memorial evening at the Minster, there was the Redby Primary School Choir, who included in their performance a poem from a person who died in Auschwitz in 1942 and read out by a pupil. And there was also the orchestra and choir from Southmoor Academy, both of them adding massively to the very moving occasion. And indeed, what Robert said about the moments of silence was read out by a little girl, and it had quite an impact when it was read out at the Minster service. And I know that many other pupils in the city, encouraged by their teachers, have been very active in commemorating this anniversary. We must congratulate the organisers of the display of the Holocaust as seen through children's eyes that took place in the Bridges late last week ahead of the International Holocaust Day, to ensure as many people as possible were either made aware or reminded of what actually happened. So I turn to the actual memorial evening at the Minster. It's the third as such, and it's organised by the Sunderland Interfaith Forum. It was attended by the Mayor, the Mayoress, and former Mayor Councillor Scanlon, and we all spoke afterwards, probably in silence almost. We were so moved, if it's possible to speak in silence. We heard two examples of children escaping from their tormentors. One from a man who, as a child with his family, had escaped from Bosnia and eventually settled in Newcastle in 1994, where he still works. And another from a speaker whose father had been part of the Kinder Transport scheme that saw 10,000 predominantly Jewish children allowed to come to this country from various parts of Europe ahead of World War II. After it became obvious their lives were at serious risk under the Nazis, after the decimation of Jewish synagogues, murders, and Jewish people rounded up upon the night of broken glass called Kristallnacht, with their parents left behind, the majority of whom would have perished in the camps. These stories were about child survivors from the Holocaust and were heard because of the excellent work of the organisers on this memorable evening. And the theme song from Schindler's List, played by Carl Mutter, was absolutely brilliant. It was a very moving service right in the heart of Sunderland, and a fitting tribute was being paid by the city to those who had suffered so much in what they thought were their homes and had been betrayed by people they thought were their friends and neighbours. It's absolutely essential that the stories of both the Holocaust and the genocides are carried on, and this is obviously done through the Holocaust Memorial Day. The genocides probably are okay in terms of people discussing them because they weren't that long ago, but reading some of the articles about this year's Holocaust Day, a lot of the survivors are very, very old, and they are now worried. They're very concerned that their experiences may be forgotten or distorted by those on the extreme of politics. They will have their relatives to rely on, but as we saw on Monday, they're not all that young either. So we must ensure that we do our very best to never stop striving to learn and spread their experiences to anyone. To assist in that aim, Holocaust education is a compulsory part of the history curriculum in England. And on that subject, let's pay tribute to the teachers in the city who not only impart their knowledge, but take it a step further by the active involvement of their pupils with groups, as outlined earlier, by arranging them to visit Auschwitz for the day, or invite Holocaust survivors to their schools to present their harrowing experiences to the pupils. Such a school as Castleview Enterprise Academy, who have done this on several occasions, working with the Holocaust Educational Trust. And one such I attended in 2017. This was in front of all the pupils. An elderly Polish lady, a Holocaust survivor, recounted that as a 9-year-old, she and her brother were before an SS soldier who then shot her 7-year-old brother dead, looked at her, smiled, and then walked away and left her to live. She has spent 70 years telling that story because she felt it must be told, despite the memories it would bring. Read as many books as you like, but that sort of impact when somebody's there is quite incredible. The memorial service at the Minster has become a very significant feature of the commemoration, and I believe it will continue to be so in the years ahead. It is organised and arranged in a way that strikes the right balance in remembering the recent genocides with the Holocaust some years before. Let us strive to ensure we play our part as a council to support and promote this anniversary and the many works associated with this anniversary. This is an important motion and one which, if approved, will give out the message that the councillors of Sunderland are in full support of the untiring efforts of those people of all ages to make the Holocaust Memorial Day so significant, thereby keeping the memories of the horrors of the past alive in the minds of us all, young and not so young. Thank you.
Thank you for that speech, Councillor Dixon. Are there any amendments? Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion?
Councillor Roundtree, Councillor Kelly, Leader, Councillor Haswell, Councillor Herron, So, Mr Mayor, the speakers are Councillor Roundtree, Councillor Haswell, Councillor Heron, the leader, and Councillor Oliver has a right to reply. Sorry, Councillor Kelly as well, apologies.
Councillor Roundtree.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, for the opportunity to speak to this motion. With each passing year, the number of Holocaust survivors left to tell their story diminishes. That's why it is up to us all to preserve their memory, to ensure that the horrors of the past are never repeated. This year is the third year that the Sunderland Interfaith Forum have held the Holocaust Memorial Service. The Sunderland Interfaith Forum consists of 12 people representing most denominations and faith. This commitment ensures that the people of Sunderland remember the Holocaust and subsequent genocides. At the memorial service on Monday at the Minster, I listened to Gerald give the moving account of how his father escaped Nazi Germany on the Kindertransport, arriving in England at the age of 13 in 1939. Gerald's father Freddie is now 95 and lives in Newcastle, and for most of his life slept with a packed suitcase under his bed, fearing he would need to flee for his life in the night again as he did as a child. Due to the Sunderland Interfaith Forum exhibition, I learned about Shlomo Sam, a head teacher at a Hebrew school in Poland. In 1945, he recorded the accounts of a number of children between the ages of 9 and 17, most of whom had survived the Holocaust by either hiding or passing themselves off as non-Jewish. Sam's pupils described violent acts of mass persecution, such as pogroms, as well as atrocities committed against individuals, such as beatings and torture. Families often became separated, and so children had to fend for themselves. One child, Beulah, along with her sister Shulamit, wandered from village to village seeking food and shelter. She said, "No one begrudged us bread, but nobody let us stay overnight. So we learned to spend the night in a field or in an orchard, and sometimes we would steal into a cowshed." The accounts of the Holocaust and genocide show us the systematic, calculated inhumanity of what has happened to people across the world. But such events do not just happen, it's the culmination of unchecked discrimination, racism and hatred over a period of time. Each of us must bear the responsibility of calling out prejudice, discrimination and hatred, stopping in its tracks and holding to account those systems that allow it to flourish. We must always stand together, side by side, in the face of hatred and division. Dr. Michael Berenbaum, Professor of Jewish Studies, in a journal from 2018, said the Holocaust was an atrocity, senseless and anguishing, but there were a precious few, men, women and even children, who opened their homes and their hearts and provided havens for the victims, a place to sleep, a crust of bread, a kind word, a hiding place. Why were some people immune to the infection of evil? We call them the upstanders. These are the people whose deeds we wish to emulate, who can serve as models for how we want to behave and what we want to become. Now that we understand the terrible consequences of being a bystander, I ask that everyone listening this chamber tonight to always, always be an upstander. As Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel quotes, "First and foremost, we meet as human beings who have much in common: a heart, a face, a voice, the presence of a soul, fears, hope, the ability to trust, the capacity for compassion and understanding, the kinship of being human." Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rowntree. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'll be brief. Thanks to Councillor Dixon for the remarks. I have to say we've got a fantastic library staff, and Alison Clark does an absolutely amazing job and pulls together so many projects for us. And it's an honour to be involved with them. My only sort of statement tonight is going to be, and I was really impressed by Councillor Mullen's conversation a little bit earlier on. The Holocaust started because of lies, because of propaganda, because of manipulation of the truth. And yet again, even today, we see that take place. A lesson of 11 million people massacred should be learned and should never ever be forgotten. And as such, Mr. Mayor, I will support this motion, and I'm sure my colleagues will. But the team who do this do it because they really want to be part of it, and they do enjoy working with the school children and make sure the message is done. But I agree with Councillor Mullen. We don't stop the hatred, we'll just create another problem somewhere else. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Haspel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep my brief as well. Our group will be supporting the motion. I was disappointed I couldn't get along to the event of the Minister, but what I did do on the day was listen to some of the audio coverage of the event in Poland itself and listening to the testimony of survivors. And it was both harrowing but fascinating to listen to, just the experience they've gone through. A close friend of mine was in Sarajevo during the breakup of Yugoslavia. Was lucky to flee Bosnia and get to Macedonia, which is not Macedonia at the time, but she watched the breakdown of her community at the time, so we talked about genocide. There are huge lessons that we need to learn. I echo also the praise offered by Councillor Dixon to Councillor Kelly's team at the library that have put on a really good event. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Haswell. Councillor Hurren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually wasn't going to speak on this, but I feel as though I have to. I've actually visited 2 concentration camps, one in East Germany called Bruckenwald, and this was in 1984 when we were guests of the East German miners during the 84 strike. The second time was when my father went back to Poland for the first time. He left Poland before the war at 17 and didn't return till he was 60. So we went back, I visited my family, and we went to Auschwitz. Like Councillor Dixon said, there's something that gets you when you go to Auschwitz. The silence, and also the glass cases that were filled with human hair, children's shoes, suitcases. And you see the film before you go around. But what must never happen, and sadly I can see a repeat now in this, what's happening. We must never forget what happened in Auschwitz, because there were 6 million Jews. They decimated the Romani gypsies. They emptied the mental institutions. They killed Catholic priests who helped. They killed everybody who opposed them. And now we must, as exactly what Councillor Roundtree is saying, we have got to stand up for the people who can't stand up for themselves. And I just get so emotional to what's going on now, but also I know what I'm going to say. I lost my dad about 5 years ago, but I was glad that he can't see what's happening now, because he lived it and his family lived it. So please remember, stand up for the person who's next to you, who's struggling, and defend them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for those words, Councillor Hurren. Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to speak in support of the motion and thank Councillor Oliver and especially Councillor Dixon for their words. You could feel the humanity behind it. The Labour Group will be fully supporting the motion, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Oliver, you have the right to reply.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to say thank you very much to the other councillors who have spoken so very movingly. Thank you very much indeed.
Do you all agree with the motion? Agree. Thank you. We now deal with the next motion, which is on the subject of Empire Theatre tickets. I call upon Councillor Haswell to read and move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion titled Empire Theatre Tickets reads: The Empire Theatre is a key attraction in Sunderland, holding a unique position in the North East cultural scene. In recent years, the Empire Theatre, under the management of ATG, has hosted some of the best stage shows, usually reserved for the West End and other major venues. The Sunderland Empire also attracts wide praise for its engagement with the community and efforts to work with groups across Sunderland, Washington, Holt and Hetton. This council notes that residents across the city have expressed dismay at the practice of free Empire tickets being taken by councillors. Councillors accepting permits such as free tickets impact upon the reputation of elected representatives among the residents of the city. Existing contractual terms between Sunderland City Council and ATG include the provision of free tickets for councillors. This council therefore resolves to respectfully decline free Empire tickets for councillors until the end of the current term of the contract with ATG. Ensure that within any future contract for private businesses to run the Empire Theatre, free tickets for councillors are not part of the agreement, and maintain existing arrangements as far as possible for tickets, I'll just repeat that, to be offered to community groups and good causes. I move the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Haswell. Councillor Fagan, would you like to second the motion?
I'd like to second the motion, please, and if possible, to speak after Councillor Haswell.
Councillor Haswell, would you like to speak to the motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it is important to firstly say that the Empire is a brilliant asset for Sunderland and one of the great theatres outside of London. It's hugely popular with local people and it's proven with the regular crowds that are attending the fantastic shows on offer. I'm one of them. The Empire Theatre is thriving and long may it continue, but it's also important to recognise that the arrangement of handing free tickets to councillors is in the contract between ATG and the council, and it is in the council's gift to decline these tickets and ensure that when the contract is up for review, the clause is scrapped. While ATG have done incredibly well, bringing the best of the West End to Sunderland, councillors have also been benefiting with free tickets to top West End shows put on the Empire. The facts are shocking. Hundreds of free tickets are being dished out to councillors every year. Tickets with a price tag amounting to hundreds of pounds for our residents but are free to us. Our residents don't look kindly upon this practice, and when they hear about it, it feeds into the narrative that Sunderland councillors are only in it for the perks rather than the benefit of city residents. And when you look at the list of those who've taken tickets and the sheer numbers behind the subject, no wonder residents think something's up. The Freedom of Information request revealed, just for example, Warhorse at £90 a ticket was attended with the free tickets in pairs by Councillor Blackett, Councillor Checker, Councillor Julia Jackson, Councillor Alex Samuels and Councillor Karen Wood, all at £90 per ticket, so it's potentially to £180 in tickets costs. The Rocky Horror Show, which I went along to and loved and paid for out of my own pocket, was attended at £20 a ticket, mainly by the leader, Graham Miller, Councillor Graham Miller, sorry, Councillor Claire Roundtree, Councillor Diane Snowden, Councillor Tony Taylor. Then we had Legally Blonde, I also want to say that, and the other half paid for that one. But that was attended at £20 a ticket by the Deputy Leader, Councillor Morley, Councillor Stephen Francis, Councillor Bob Francis, Councillor Susan Watson, Councillor Wilson and Councillor Kelly Checker. Now when it comes to the speeches, no doubt some will say that they've attended shows to support a performance, or with a community group, or perhaps to promote a show, which, okay, then you've got to ask, what's a reasonable number? I personally say 0, but is it 1, 2, 3 occasions to have taken them? But then you look at who's really gone to town with these tickets. Actually, it does start to meet that narrative we hear. Firstly, at Councillor Deborah Waller, Shrek, Ghost, Fame, Club Tropicana, Dreamboats and Petticoats. I'm going to get the pronunciation all wrong, but the Cage Follies, thank you, Flashdance, Hairspray and Jack of the Beanstalk. That's 9 sets of tickets, and that's just in 3 years. Councillor Linda Williams, Benidorm, Shrek, Calendar Girls, Jersey Boys, Peter Pan, Grease, Dreamboats and Petticoats, and the one I can't pronounce. Councillor Jeff Walker, The King and I, Councillor Dr. Jeff Walker, The King and I, Thoroughly Modern Lily, Crazy for You, Peter Pan, Grease, Flashdance, Jack of the Beanstalk. And if we just continue through the Cabinet, Councillor Rebecca Atkinson, Ghost, The King and I, the Deputy Leader, already mentioned Legally Blonde, we have Benidorm, Gangster Granny, Flashdance and Mamma Mia. But by far, one of the worst offenders, and I hate to say it, was my ward colleague, where we had Benidorm, Calendar Girls, Fame, Club Tropicana, Beautiful, Legally Blonde, Peter Pan, Gangster Granny, the one I can't pronounce, Son of a Preacher, Spamalot, and finally Brun Brothers. If after this list anybody can see there's a reasonable defence for continuing to hand out freebies, then it simply suggests and proves to people that we're really so out of touch.
Point of order, Mr Mayor, he hasn't mentioned the person in question. Sorry, Mr Mayor, Councillor Haswell hasn't mentioned the person in question.
Sorry.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, Councillor Wilson, my ward colleague.
Point of order, Mr Mayor, could Councillor Haswell please mention the amendment tickets I purchased for the Empire Theatre as well, please?
That's personal matter, I have no idea.
Says you don't have any information, do you?
But the key is, though this is the freedom of information request and this is the outcome we've got, and that's just in 3 years. So, I can urge members to please vote, stop this practice, show the people of the city that we aren't just in for the perks, but to serve the people of Sunderland, Petton and Washington, and act and lead by example. Scrap the freebies and get focus on the work at hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haswell. Councillor Fagan, I believe you asked to speak straight after.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The very fact that this subject continues to be brought up by residents on the doorsteps of Sunderland shows their absolute disgust that councillors still have to accept these freebies and in turn deny charities the opportunity of using these tickets.
Can I just stop you? Can I just have some order, please? I can't hear the council speaking for me.
As the motion suggests, this reflects negatively on all councillors, whether we take the freebies or not. I was looking at the list of councillors who have rode this particular gravy train, those who have enjoyed a night out free of charge. 6 of the 8 cabinet members have taken these tickets, and as already mentioned, with Councillor Amy Wilson being the worst, with 12 pairs of tickets. The deputy cabinet members are also fond of a treat. 4 of them took tickets. And to mention, on Monday, the Empire Theatre Trust launched a scheme to be able to have your name engraved on a seat at the Empire. Given that Councillor Amy Wilson and Councillor Deborah Waller are there so frequently, perhaps they might like to consider adding their names to the favourite seats. Of course, it would involve putting your hand in your pocket, so perhaps not. I must say, the longer-serving members are teaching the newer members well to accept freebies as and when they please. Councillors like Melanie Thornton, who had barely got her feet under the table before snapping up free tickets within a couple of weeks of being elected. I should also point out that these tickets are not just exclusive to Labour councillors. The Tory councillors have also been partial to the odd freebie as well.
You will say.
Yes, we've got the gist of that, but please.
I would urge all councillors to support this motion. Although, the contract can't be changed, there is a moral obligation to be turning these tickets down, and I think it's well time that these freebies were left well alone.
Thank you, Councillor Fagan. Cabinet Secretary, I think you wish to move an amendment.
Yes. Right, thank you, Mr Mayor. The amendment is as follows. Throughout the motion, substitute free for complementary. Paragraph 1 after key are council owned. Related to the section that this council notes that, first bullet point before, remove being taken by councillors and add being provided to the council. Second bullet, remove perks such as. Third bullet, remove for councillors. Add an additional 4th bullet, no complimentary Empire Theatre tickets have been supplied to the council for elected members since June 2019.
So you're up to it.
Relating to section, this council therefore resolves to. First bullet point before respectfully add continue to. Second bullet remove for councillors. Second bullet remove run and replace with manage. Second bullet after tickets add issue to the council and remove for councillors. Delete the whole 3rd bullet point. So the amendment now reads: the Empire Theatre is a key council-owned attraction in Sunderland, holding a unique position in the North East cultural scene. In recent years, the Empire Theatre, under the management of ATG, has hosted some of the best stage shows usually reserved for the West End and in other major venues. Sunderland Empire has also attracted wide praise for its engagement in the community and efforts to work with groups across Sunderland, Washington, Borden and Hetton. This council notes that residents across the city have expressed dismay at the presence of complimentary Empire Theatre tickets being provided to the council. Oh, thank you. Councillors accepting complimentary tickets impacts upon the reputation of elected representatives among residents of the city. Existing contractual terms between Sunderland City Council and the ATG include the provision of complimentary tickets, and that no complimentary Empire Theatre tickets have been supplied to the Council for elected members since June 2019. This Council therefore resolves to continue to respectfully decline complimentary Empire Theatre tickets until the end of the current term of the contract of the ATG, and ensure that within any future contract for private business to run the Empire Theatre, complimentary tickets issued to the Council are not part of the agreement.
Thank you, Councillor. Peter, do you wish to second the amendment?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I second the amendment, and I would like to speak straight after Councillor Stewart, please, if that's...
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And, it's not going to be a long speech, so I think people will be glad of that. But just to make a few points. So the first one is that this is another example of what can only be described as the Liberals lying again in what they want to do. The original motion, trying to give the impression that there's a continued practice of councillors, of the council receiving tickets from the Empire Theatre and giving them willy-nilly to councillors within this room. That has not been the case, and that the leader took direct action back in June 2019 to ensure that ended. Prior to June 2018, and it's already been mentioned, 2019, prior to that, as it's already been mentioned, every single party, apart from UKIP, you weren't here, but every single party in this room has taken tickets previously. But thankfully, the leader, it's already green. I've got to sit by yourself. There we are. All the three major parties, best way like that, shall we?
Could you just hold on, Cabinet Secretary, just
sorry.
Just a point of explanation. We were here at the time and we were offered tickets. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. There we again.
And we refused.
Mr Mayor, thank you. Okay, anyway, what we've seen from the Liberal Democrats, I think we've seen. We've seen campaigns from them with regards to council allowances, food, refreshments, Spice Girls, and I think there was another question earlier tonight on the Spice Girls, and now it's the Empire Theatre tickets. It's all negativity, Mr Mayor. It's all about what elected members are doing wrong, what elected members should not do. I can't remember them ever talking about the positive elements of being an elected member, the time that individuals take up to be an elected member, ensuring that the wards that they represent get the support that's required. They don't talk about the missed job opportunities that elected members lose out on because of becoming a councillor, or the lost pensions since the pension option was removed by the Conservatives some years ago, again impacting on them later on in life. It's easy to put cheap little motions that were originally put forward by the Liberals.
And the echo printed.
All they're after is a negative headline, but I think the amendment that will put forward is actually ensuring that everybody in this room and hopefully the wider public know the truth of actually what is happening with regards to the Empire Theatre and tickets. Historically, yes, but that has been stamped out some time ago by this Labour group. and I think it's something that we should be proud of undertaking. Mr. Mayor, I just want to finish off by a little point in that when I was a child and I was caught out lying, my mother used to threaten to wash my mouth out with soap. There we are. And one day, because I'd lied so much, she actually did that and it taught me a lesson not to lie again. All I can say is I've got a bar soap if any of you want me mouth. Thank you.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And of course, we had to amend this notice of motion. There are so many issues that the Liberal Democrats could and should be raising regarding this city, its politics, its grown-up politics, which at least some councillors in this chamber seem to be doing, that affect our residents, services, and how we view ourselves as Sunderland, the city. And we actually have covered several of them tonight in the debates that we've had back and forth across the chamber. But genuinely, this is the issues. This is the issue that the Liberal Democrats have felt is so important that they've put it down as their notice on motion. And I say that because I dealt with this in June last year. In June last year, the ATG were informed that we would take no more complimentary tickets. Now, the tickets come as part of the contract. The protocol in the past had always been that it would come to the leader's office and the leader would offer them to councillors of the council and, where appropriate, give those tickets to our looked after children, our care homes for pantomimes, etc. And that seemed to work quite well. Many councillors in this chamber have had tickets to go and see the Empire Theatre and what it does. And I've taken one ticket in 14 years because I've never actually done it. And like Councillor Haswell, I went to see the Rocky Horror. It took me back to when I was 18 and dressed in a white lab coat. I know it's hard to imagine, I even had long hair. But part and parcel of being a councillor for doing that was to check on the quality of the show, the quality of what the Empire Theatre was delivering, how the staff were working, how good the show was, and to engage with residents who are there and listen to their commentary and feed all of that back. So we stopped tickets in June 2019. I am amazed that this is a notice of motion in January 2020. They've got nothing to talk about. This is it. And this, I wish Councillor Hodgson was here because I had a special message for him. He should be focusing on his ward. You know, if this is what they're focusing on, no wonder their wards are a mess, and I'm sure the residents are beginning to notice. I have to say, only Councillor Hunt, who sits on the board as a trustee, still receives complimentary tickets as part of her due diligence duties. As a board trustee, she is expected to attend shows and ensure that the Empire Theatre is getting the quality of service from ATG that ATG have to deliver. And that is a good job being done by all trustees of the organisation. But it may surprise councillors to know that Councillor Hunt feels so uncomfortable about taking complimentary tickets that she's donated £300 to charity, covering the fact that she receives those complimentary tickets. And because they're complimentary tickets, she cannot pay for them. So she gives a donation to charity, and maybe the Echo wants to write that up as a story about a councillor going the extra mile on their duties at no cost to the council, and doing it because Councillor Hunt is a warm human being and is an excellent local councillor, and she deserves our respect for what she does there. It does surprise me. It does surprise me that with all the austerity issues facing this council after, and we've debated it, 10 years of coalition and Conservative misrule, that this is the issue that the Liberal Democrats think is so important. not child poverty, not rising use of food banks, not the social ills that come with uncaring government. Councillor Mullen was correct. If we're all going to continue to drive to the gutter with ill-informed messages, lies and smears, and this is all this is, it's an attempt to smear both the Conservatives and the Labour councillors in this chamber by pointing out that they have been offered complimentary tickets at no cost to the council. There's never been a cost to anyone. That's somehow a bad thing, because they are bereft of any positivity themselves. And in all the time they've been in this chamber, and I'll say it again, I've never heard any of them saying one good thing about this council or anything it's done. Now, the Conservatives and ourselves may clash on many, many things, but Robert will come out, Councillor Wood, Councillor Dixon, occasionally we do agree on things and we move forward positively in areas where we can. That has never happened with our Liberal Democrat colleagues. So we've amended the notice of motion to reflect that true position. I have to say, the biggest group of people who've suffered from that decision is the fact that we no longer get tickets to distribute to our looked after children, our schools, our staff. Right? And that's all because the Liberal Democrats felt that playing politics with the truth and telling terrible lies was more important than the actual service that those complimentary tickets did. Because they didn't always go to councillors. They went to all sorts of areas. And in closing, Councillor Fagans, quite happy to throw mud at everybody else. I seem to remember in your first month of being a councillor, the first thing you tried to do through the Echo was get the Time Tuttle Tolls cut because it was costing you too much money to come through the Hypocritical doesn't begin to cover it, Michael. So, I think that the Chamber should vote this amendment through, and unfortunately, there will be no more complimentary tickets for anyone, ever, or certainly as long as I am leader of the council, because of the position that this ridiculous group down there will put us in.
Thank you, Leader. Does anybody else wish to speak? I take that's why the hands go up.
Councillor Peter Gibson, Councillor Ty, Councillor Mann, Councillor Francis, Councillor Greener, Councillor Roundtree, Councillor Oliver, Councillor Buick, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Dixon, Councillor Fletcher, Mr Mayor, the speakers are Councillor Peter Gibson, Ty, Mann, Francis, Greener, Roundtree, Oliver, Buick, Wilson, Kelly, Michael Dixon and Jill Fletcher, and Councillor Haswell has a right to reply.
Councillor Peter Gibson, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, as a former chairman of the Empire Theatre Trust in its centenary year, I can tell the Liberal Democrats that every party in this council got free tickets to go to the Empire. I'm the sure of that. Every party was represented for free tickets. And to think that they're stopping free tickets for councillors, I think it's absolutely ridiculous. And I want to tell the leader something now. I want to tell the leader that he cannot stop the free ticket for Paula Hunt or the officer that goes with her to their meetings. He cannot stop them because that's the regulation that when we came to that agreement, that's the way it has to be. The free tickets, as the leader has said, was to monitor the shows. Have you heard of that? Monitor them, Councillor Haswell? You know, get people's views on what they thought of the theatre. This council owns the theatre, not HAG. This council owns it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to reiterate what both the leader and Councillor Gibson saying. And it's really about the gutter politics that the Liberals are continuing to fetch to this chamber and actually giving Sunderland a bad name. And although I don't want to lower myself to their standards, I don't know how they dare point the finger at both the Labour and Conservatives when there's Liberal councillors who've served this city have got these free tickets. That's the complete madness of it. And we all know, and to be fair, we're speaking in this chamber now, will the Liberals listen? No, this is a single issue for them to just start negative campaigning that they do within the city. But I'll tell you what, Mr. Mayor, what I've got the biggest concern about, and I would say I've had a pretty good relationship with the Sunderland Echo in this city, but I wish I could get a freedom of information request to the Sunderland Echo to find out who its democracy reporters are affiliated to, or in this case, they dare not even put the name on the story, a news reporter. Who is the mystery news reporter? And to be fair, Councillor Mullins alluded to it as well. How on earth the Liberals can have a direct link to our local paper to continue telling lies about councillors in this city is a bigger misjustice, and that's something I hope the Chief Executive of the Council will look into. We should not be giving the Sunderland Echo money for various things, public notices that we have to do. When they're doing this sort of thing with the Liberals, they're trying to form an allegiance politically, and that is fundamentally wrong. Now, if the Sunderland Echo want to come out and tell us, because there's plenty of publications up and down this country that have a political alliance, but they come out and they're honest about that and say that, but they can't continue to publish the lies that the Liberals are continuing to tell to people in this city, because unfortunately, if you keep telling the same lie over and over, people do begin to believe it, and that's just wrong. So all I would appeal to the Liberals, if you are going to, which is the intention, put this in your leaflets, that all these councillors are doing this, that and the other, don't mislead the public and remind them that your own Liberal councillors, not that long ago, were taking these tickets. And if you start doing that, if you tell them you took them as well, then fair game. You're being open, honest and transparent. But until the day you stop telling these lies and pretending that you're squeaky clean, you're not doing anything. And I'll remind you, it's your party that stole public money from this city in the way you did with that leaflet going out from this civic centre. It's you, nobody else in this chamber. Did you put that in your leaflets to tell people? Oh, I can't see that right to us. Right, I better sit down. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody. I get it. I get what they're saying. There's always seems to have been issues about freebies and perks. I think, personally, from being here since May of last year, and we did get offered complimentary tickets, we did decline them because just prior to that, we'd attended the Mayor's inaugural ceremony and were criticised by certain Labour councillors for eating a canapé, where we thought we were being respectful to the Mayor. And we were also had photographs taken of us and put around on social feeds. So whatever it's about, that's why we declined. We also believe that we do our job because we care, and we do our job because we want to be councillors, not for any other reason. We don't need free tickets. What is a crying shame and a tragedy is that if all complimentary tickets are going to be stopped, that means tickets for special schools in our city. For example, my own daughter, who's attended Sunningdale School, which you all know of, and Portland Academy, which you all know of, that every year they have managed, with the help of the Empire, to put on a subsidised or free matinee performance for children, and a special viewing room for children with severe autism and with complex needs. My own daughter has benefited from that, so if my daughter loses out and all of those pupils, it's a crying shame. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Councillor Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. A few minutes ago, we sat in stunned and respectful silence when we listened to Mike Dixon give his eulogy on the Holocaust. And now we are discussing this petty, minor, little motion from a petty, minor, little party. Somebody says I should say what I think. Liberals are well known for publishing untruths. There are other minor pressure groups in the city who will take facts and twist them and lie about them. When I had to leave a planning meeting in this chamber because of ill health, it was said I'd gone out because I didn't want to vote. Well, that was a lie! I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm a little bit late. I'll behave myself. We are on a race to the bottom, and that race is led by the Liberal Democrats. If the Liberal Democrats really want to make a difference, let them forgo all of their allowances in total. Or better still, resign en masse. In the meantime, their campaigns remind me of the mewling and puking of the squeaks of the lower third.
You, Councillor Francis. Councillor Grainer.
Thank you. Well, I was just going to speak on that it would be a shame to lose all the tickets, and agreeing with Councillor Mann that I think as councillors we shouldn't accept them, but I think they shouldn't be lost altogether, and I think they should be used for vulnerable children. So really that is just a simple point that I want to make, that we shouldn't lose the tickets and they should be used for children. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grainer. Councillor Rowntree.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's actually more a point of personal clarification. The particular performance that Councillor Haswell refers to, I was actually in a planning meeting in this very chamber, and Councillor Haswell was actually in attendance in that as well. So I'm not sure where you got that from. Well, I can only assume that you're selective in what information that you get, and that you don't examine what information you get. Because I mean, I'm pretty well organised, but even I can't be in two places at once.
Councillor Roderick. Councillor Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to make a few remarks on behalf of the Conservative group. Similar to Councillor Hunt, I was a trustee of the Empire Theatre Trust, and as has been explained, the tickets were given to the trustees on the basis that you attended the performances and then you used that to monitor the contract with the company, and I did take a number of tickets a few years ago when I was a trustee. One of the tickets I took, and a few Labour councillors were there as well, no Liberal Democrats, was to help in one of these relaxed performances for children with autism, sensory communication disorders or learning difficulties. And there was a number of councillors who were there, who were helping. I didn't really want to mention it, to be honest, something I'd rather just do privately and not say, but I think I've been rather goaded into it. And we were there just to help out in a very sort of basic way in case any of the children and the parents had any questions or any difficulties, and it was a real pleasure to do it. And all the staff at the Empire were really friendly and grateful. I must say, when I hear some of the comments, and where's Councillor Fagan? Sorry, you are there because I'm going to refer to you, Councillor Fagan. In the press release that you sent out to the Echo on this, you said Conservative councillors who have taken these freebie tickets should hang their heads in shame. Well, to be quite honest, Councillor Fagan, I really don't think I should hang a head in shame for helping out a performance with autistic children. And I didn't even say that. Secondly, in the press release that Councillor Fagan sent out to the Echo, she said the following: councillors are in it for what they can get for themselves. That is, you can make a point of personal explanation if you don't think you said that, but the Echo sent me the press release, and in it says, Councillor Heather Fagan, quote, councillors are in it for what they can get for themselves. Now, the problem with that is that it is a race to the bottom. It's a plague on all of your houses, and at the end of the day, stuff like that might win you a couple of votes at one point, but it will come back to bite you, because we're running everyone down and giving the public the impression that every single councillor is just in it for themselves. And finally, the question I'd like to ask the Liberal Democrats when putting this forward, because yes, I've taken tickets, and I think a few Conservative councillors have in the past, but they've spoken to me and said, well, like Councillor Hunt, they have actually made donations to charity, and they felt that was done in lieu, and I accepted that reason. But what I'd say to the Liberal Democrats, if you bring motions like this, are you whiter than white? Because that's what you set yourselves up to be. Are you, each one of you, whiter than white, purer than pure? Councillor Meg Crosby is nodding her head. Take that as an assurance. You are 100% whiter than white. And if any moment in the future, any Liberal Democrat does anything, and Friday is not just Brexit celebrations, it could be something else. Then I'm afraid you'll have to admit that it's a hole that you've dug for yourselves. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Oliver. Councillor Buick?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to the motion, I'm in agreement. I don't know why this was brought before the council. I actually agree with the council leader and everybody else apart from the Lib Dems who brought it. In my opinion, if councillors do receive tickets, and I think the council leader, Councillor Miller's made a mistake by stopping them, you deprive children's groups, community groups from attending these events, and if councils were to accept them, it should be a condition that they make a monthly donation to the Mayor's Fund or something like that. So it's not going to be a complimentary ticket, it's going to benefit a charity. And I don't think anybody could disagree with that. And that's not just Empire tickets. I would suggest any tickets what is given to councillors as complimentary tickets. Again, it does look bad in the public eyes if the councillors are receiving complimentary tickets, but they're given to the councillors they're not asked for. And councillors, any other tickets they do get for Sunderland Football Club, anything is declared anyway, so we're not trying to hide anything. But like I say, any tickets, in my eyes, give a donation to the Mayor's charity or any other thing, and there can't be any argument about that, and we're not depriving community groups of attending these. And that's about it on the matter. I'll just sort of Councillor Eno says he gets no praise from this side of the House. And I've read Sunderland Echo's press release tonight, what you gave about lighting the Sunderland up, red, white and blue Friday. And I'll take your comments on board, what you put, very good. I'd like to thank you, Patrick Mayor and all the council who's made that happen. Thank you.
Are you Councillor Amy Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'm today to say I have an addiction. I've attended theatres for many, many years. Before the extension of the Sunderland Empire, I did attend some shows at the Empire. Before the extension, I've attended quite a lot since the extension was put on, because I no longer have to travel down to the East End, the West End in London to see these shows. I've travelled down there to see Blood Brothers, which is one of my favourites, Legally Blonde, Warhorse. I've travelled down there to see lots of shows, my favourite being Les Miserables, which we haven't had at the Empire because I don't think it's that big. I have no shame in taking the tickets. When I go to the Empire Theatre, I always have food before the show, so I am putting something into the Empire. I always feed back to the members, when we have the board Peter, I always fed back to the members of the board what I thought of the show, and we have had some shows that I didn't think were perfect, is the word I used. I loved going to the Empire Theatre. I would like to know how many times any of the Liberal Democrats have been to the Empire Theatre. I know the leader said he stopped the tickets in June. I think I've been at least half a dozen times since June. I still go to the theatre. I didn't just go because I was getting free tickets. I went to the theatre because I love going to the theatre. And as for Councillor Fagan, I won't be buying a plaque on a seat for myself, because myself, some of my fellow councillors and ex-fellow councillors have already decided to buy a plaque for the past manager of the theatre, Mr. Ben Phillips, who was an amazing manager and built the theatre up and did a fantastic job. So
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor John Kelly.
Mr. Mayor, totally and utterly disgusted in the negative Dems in the pit of doom, which is where they belong. I'm going to go through a couple of things, because I heard Councillor Haswell indicate he'd done a Freedom of Information request. Like clarification on that, because I haven't seen that come through, and people who are named in a Freedom of Information request are normally notified that they have been named in a Freedom of Information request. So if that is the case, we need to have a look at that. If it isn't the case, I need to find out where all this information is coming from. And I'm sure it's purely coincidental that Stephen O'Brien has started work at the Empire Theatre. But never mind. The way these tickets came about, Mr. Mayor, was prior to the last re-engineering of the project, which we had to do because the council didn't have money to keep investing at the same level. There used to be 8 members of the board who were predominantly councillors from all sides, and they would go and they would check to make sure that the public were enjoying themselves. They would go and make sure that the performances were of good quality, and they would also make sure that the staff at the Empire Theatre were respectful to the public, and then that would all be fed back. As it stands, as cabinet member, and my colleague Councillor Peter Walker as deputy cabinet member, can technically go down to the Empire Theatre any damn time I like, go and walk in and just watch it because we have a portfolio always enjoy it. I haven't been to the Empire in ages because I've got a fantastic member on the board in Paula Hunt, who is absolutely outstanding and has well represented the trust going forward. I'm not going to steal some of my colleagues, because I know one of my colleagues have got some specific things to say. When we moved from that model, there were tickets available. And those tickets were given to councillors only when it wasn't a children's performance. Whenever we had tickets, they were offered to children's services first and foremost, now looked after children. And that was the main thing. We do special performances, and I'm sure Councillor Fletcher will pick on that one shortly. But not only that, Mr. Mayor, when we get to Christmas, the Empire works with this council to find a school in a deprived area where young people who do not get the opportunity to go to the theatre are given that opportunity to go to the Empire and to be part of the pantomime process. I refer back to Councillor Mullins' comments earlier on. It's a race to the gutter. They've got no useful policies. They're live continuously. They have to have something on, I suspect, somebody in the Sunderland Echo, because I'm damned if I haven't get so many stories in it. But if they're going to continue this, I suggest that they come and have their own council meeting on a different day from the rest of us, because the rest of us actually want to get on and make sure this city grows and actually respect the people of it, and nobody has done anything wrong. Cheap, crappy headlines of a cheap, crappy party. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Dixon.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Two of my closest friends on the Conservative group are Councillor Francis and Councillor Wood. And Councillor Francis said in his own inimitable style what I was thinking. I've got a splitting headache at the moment, actually. Not from Bob. but actually, delivering the speech I did because it was so intense, and then listening to Juliana and Councillor Roundtree. Juliana's been to Buchenwald. I've been to Buchenwald. I don't like to talk about it, but it's important, and I wouldn't have brought it up until I get to what I'm coming to. Peter and myself were in Sachsenhausen a few years ago, and then we went to Wannsee when the final solution was decided upon. So these things were going through my head while we moved on to the Empire Theatre tickets. And I really I'm not insulted. I just think it's reached the bottom of the pile, and to follow what we were all talking about in the previous motion, it's just made it even worse. But fortunately, Councillor Wood has lifted my spirits, because he's reminded me of something which I'd forgotten all about. But Councillor Haswell used to be a member of this Conservative Party. Councillor Wood's got a memory that you don't have. It gets worse, actually, because after the meeting, there's two stories really. After the meeting, Peter and I took him to the Rosedale for a drink, and we never saw him again after that night. So yours is 2 pints each. But the best one is this one, which Peter's mentioned. In 2015, Peter was reselected by the members of St Michael's Ward, for obvious reasons, an excellent councillor. One person who actually voted for him that night was Councillor Haswell. So he is sitting here tonight. Well, he got re-elected in 2019. But thanks to Councillor Haswell for voting in Peter Wood in 2015. So I'm really glad, because my spirits were really dropping, and I would only just say to the Liberals, can we make tonight the end of all this? Just call it a day. We are opposition councillors. We scrutinise, we criticise. We've been doing it for years. We've been talking about allowances and all sorts of things for many, many years. But we try to do it as constructively as we possibly can. When we come into this Civic Centre, every time I come into the Civic Centre, I'm sure I speak for my colleagues, how can we make Sunderland better? We might disagree on how we do it, but that is what we try to do. So can I say to the Liberal Democrats tonight, the leader isn't with us, but never mind, pass it on. Just call it a day tonight. This is the end. Embarrassing. Embarrassing. It's been so embarrassing tonight. just call it a day. Get yourself involved in the constructive work the committees do and the council do, and let's just sort of move ahead. As what? What did somebody say? Take up politics. Yes, well, that wasn't the best ending I've ever thought of. Never mind. So I've made my point. Thank you for listening, and thank you.
Are you Councillor Dixon? Councillor John Fletcher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to go back to the creative learning side because, Mr. Mayor, 7 years ago, the creative learning team at Sunderland Empire decided to put on a relaxed performance of the Christmas pantomime, initially focusing on allowing children and adults with autism to enjoy a show. Myself, ex-councillor Ellen Ball and councillor Diane Snowden offered to volunteer. We went along to the planning of this and also went along and completed training with the Autism Society so we could fulfil our role. Ex-Councillor Ball and I have done this now every year since it started. Councillor Oliver, he also joined us and helped as well. Mr. Mayor's gone from strength to strength with now over 1,000 people attending. We hand out feedback forms and speak with parents and carers. It's not just, you don't just turn up for the show, you're there for hours beforehand, planning it, we're briefed by the Autism Society, and then after the show, we're debriefed. So it's the whole time we're taken up, and it's all done voluntarily between Christmas and New Year. It's so rewarding. In fact, 2 instances come to mind. Firstly was a little autistic girl who would not leave the auditorium because she wanted to see Buttons. Her mother was in tears. Buttons appeared back on the stage and sat with her, kicking his legs with her over the side of the stage. 5 minutes was all it took and she was so happy. Secondly, there was a family who thanked us all as it was the first time ever they'd been able to attend a show as a complete family. So maybe our Lib Dem colleagues might like to try giving up some of their time volunteering at the Empire instead of just trying to score cheap political points. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Haskell, you have the right to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So, the first thing I was going to cover off is around this issue of the tickets for community groups, etc. Now, our motion, the substantive, it specifically says we want to preserve that. So, any vote in favour of the amendment is choosing to scrap those tickets, because we think they should be preserved. Also, the motion specifically refers to the theatre, but not the Theatre Trust, because the Theatre Trust have its own arrangements with community groups, which are commendable and should continue. So to try and link those 2 issues together and blame us for that, that isn't in our substantive motion. It's being brought in through the amendment. So let's be clear, that's the Labour group's amendment is blocking that, not our own motion. It still specifies the Empire Theatre and not the Theatre Trust. So that's just want to clear that up because there's some peddling of mistruths. Now, Councillor Paul Stewart, apologies, talks about the issues we're raising here. Well, yes, we are setting an agenda. Expenses, cut. Allowances, cut. Buffets, cut. We're now going after the next item. So there can be all this full outrage as much as possible, but what I'm interested by is many of the speakers have appeared on this freedom of information request. So I appreciate some individuals, and I'm going to mention Paula Hunt. I haven't mentioned Paula tonight. She isn't, Councillor Hunt tonight, because she isn't. She is on the trust, and I understand that comes with its own responsibilities. The £300 donation is very generous, but there was specific of not mentioning Councillor Hunt. Now, the next piece I want to cover is just around the. Let me just get myself up to date. The freedom of information request. Councillor Roundtree, I am quoting data handed directly to us from the council. Feel free to query that yourself. This is a direct extract of the data we were sent for 2017, 18 and 19 based on the request and terms we put in. Now, I can't then go back and query the veracity of that as the query about your own situation has arisen tonight. So I would stress you go back and do that. And Councillor Kelly referenced the same, Councillor John Kelly referenced the same. Again, it's a council FOI. I can't comment on the accuracy. I have to trust the officers of the council. So, Councillor Wilson asked if I've been to see any shows. Yes, I've been to see several, all paid for myself. I was last at the theatre, admittedly it was the Durham Gala, but it was last Saturday night. Paid for out of my own pocket, and the key is, yes, there's voluntary, and yes, there's engagement, and this is dealing with community groups. That's all well and good. But when there are such large numbers of tickets being taken, it smacks of something very different. And that is the situation. Now, they may not have been taken since June, but there is nothing to stop that practice coming back in. And that's what we're asking for. So, at this stage, I ask that the amendment is rejected and the substantive is approved, and that's how we'll be voting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
What about the Liberals?
Vote on the amendment, please.
Mr Mayor, there are 41 votes in favour, 7 abstentions, 4 votes against, therefore the amendment is carried.
My buzzer is not working again. So what's this one now? My buzzer is not working. Yes. Well, this one doesn't work. This one
Councillor Haskell will do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
So, the new substantive motion reads, it might take a little while this, but the Empire Theatre is a key council-owned attraction in the Sunderland, holding a unique position in the North East cultural scene. In recent years, the Empire Theatre, under the management of ATG, has hosted some of the best shows usually reserved for the West End and other major venues. Sunderland Empire also attracts wide praise for its engagement in the community, efforts to work with groups across Sunderland, Washington, Houghton and Henley. This council notes that residents across the city have expressed dismay at the practice of complimentary Empire tickets being provided to the council. Councillors accepting the complimentary tickets impacts on the reputation of elected representatives amongst the residents of the city. Existing contractual terms between the Sunderland City Council and ATG include provision for complimentary tickets. No complimentary Empire Theatre tickets have been supplied to the Council for elected members since June 2019. This Council therefore resolves to continue to respectfully decline complimentary Empire Theatre tickets until the end of the current term of the contract with ATG, and ensure that within any future contract for the private business to run the Empire Theatre, complimentary tickets issued to the Council will not be part of that agreement. Are there any further amendments or comments? Do we agree with the substantive motion? We agree. Next, move on to reports, which includes a report of the leader on special urgency decisions, a report on the designation of statutory officer and proper officer positions, together with a report on appointments to committees. We will take these in turn, starting with the leader's report on the special urgency decision. Leader, please move the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I so move the report, and there have been no such instances since the last report.
Deputy Leader, do you second the report? Does the Council agree to receive the report? Agree. Next, we will deal with the report on designation of statutory officer and proper officer positions. Leader, would you move the report?
I so move the report, Mr. Mayor.
Deputy Leader, do you second the report? Leader, do you wish to speak to the report?
Mr. Mayor, the report is fully laid out, and with time going on, I'm hopeful that Council will accept it without any conversation. Thank you.
Deputy Leader, do you wish to speak?
Well, not
Is the report agreed?
Agreed.
Next we'll deal with the report of appointments to committees. Leader, will you move the report?
I so move the report, Mr Mayor.
Deputy Leader, do you second the report?
I do, Mr Mayor.
Leader, do you wish to speak to the report?
No, Mr Mayor, the report is laid out with the changes that are required. Thank you.
Deputy Leader, do you wish to speak?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Oliver, did you wish to?
Could I ask a question about the report, please, Mr Mayor?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The report refers to former Councillor Alex Scullion. Councillors have not received notification of his resignation as a councillor except for the statutorily required notice, I think, published in the Civic Centre. Normally, when a councillor resigns, there is an explanation, perhaps briefly, but there is an explanation. Given that there isn't an explanation, can I ask the Leader of the Council if he is able to provide one, please?
Mr Mayor, Councillor Oliver, Councillor Scullion, now Alex Scullion resigned for personal reasons, and I'll have to leave it at that, I'm afraid.
Is the report agreed?
Agreed.
That concludes the meeting. Thank you.